All right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Thank you so much again for joining us today. Second time around, guys. We are looking into the new documents that had been dropped over the past week or so, and I definitely want to pay a little attention to this autism defense that was dropped, which I think I want to read into this and see what they're talking about with it and go through some of these other documents with you guys. I really appreciate you guys joining me. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door. Share it out. And please find yourselves a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. Like I said, we're going to be spending some time in Idaho now that all this new stuff's coming out, trying to catch up with everything and figure out what the deal is with the documents, so on and so forth. So I really appreciate you guys being here for that, guys. Please, again, share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Hit the like button when you come through that door, if you will. Get yourselves comfortable. And that being said, you know the deal. Here we go. Still don't know how to run this technical stuff. Hello, guys. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Come on back in. It's just me you guys are stuck with tonight. Like I said, this is mostly us reviewing and trying to understand some of this stuff. I'm a little confused with some of these documents, and I'm sure some of you guys might be too. I figured if we went through them together, it might make it a little more understandable, so on and so forth. So, sorry, Josie. Oh, let's see who's in here. Miss Josie, of course. Josie West, good to see you. Stormy, welcome back, dear. Moonlit Baby, always a pleasure to see you. Miss Rowena, welcome back. Horse TV, hello. Good to see you. Mikey's in the house. Oh my goodness, good to see you. Last 24. Donald D. Nice, welcome back. DKM, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. Tomboy Charm, good to see you, dear. Alicia J is back in the house again tonight. Thank you. Thank you to all of my blue crew for being here, guys. You know that I couldn't, wouldn't, shouldn't ever try to do this without you, because you make it happen, guys. Miss Paula Fitzhenry, always a pleasure to see you, darling. Appreciate you being here today and tonight. I think I got everybody so far. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, Miss Brandy. Thank you for being here. Welcome back, all you meatballs. It's great to have you guys back in here as we look at this stuff again. Please make sure to hit the like button, and please share it out, guys, if you will. Miss Christy Nevada, great to see you. Rissa Roberts, welcome back, and welcome to the sauce, Miss Rissa. You got gifted a membership this morning, so welcome to the sauce with the rest of us. Appreciate you joining us very much, Christy Nevada. Great to see you again. Like Stormy says, guys, please make sure to like this, share this out, subscribe if you haven't. Please hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss anything we do, and we don't want you to either. So thank you so much for that, Miss Stormy. Miss Cassie Cass in the house. Welcome back, Sassy. Good to see you, dear. Mr. Donald, welcome. And as usual, guys, with everything we do here, I want to just to reiterate, because I know I don't have to, but I like to say this on a regular basis. Again, guys, anything we do in here, other than, you know, the factual information we discuss from documents is purely alleged and speculative theory. Opinions, when those come out, yes. There is none, and I do not want anybody to, which they won't, and I know they don't, but there is no victim shaming in here. Please and thank you. I'm asking nicely. I do not want anybody attacking the families, regardless of their thoughts and feelings about it. That is a fact. Okay. What this is all about when we get into these discussions, even with the roommates. Okay. I don't think I've seen it. If I haven't and I've missed it, you know, I don't mean to miss it, but nobody should be attacking them directly. Everybody in here is going to have questions, which is what we've been discussing over the past few shows. The questions as to why things happened the way they did with the other two roommates, Dylan and Bethany. And by the way, you guys, I want to clarify something. Was when we're reading the text message and stuff, we were reading them as they were, DM and BF, and that was listed that way because they don't like their names said. I read an article where they don't like to hear their names said over social media, things like that. I understand that, so that's why a lot of people use the DM and the BF. That is something I just wanted to clarify. But I typically call them by their names because I'm just not comfortable doing that. But I try to. Plus, I forget that was said. So that was brought to my attention via an email that I received this morning that I just now looked at about 2 hours ago. So sorry about that. And yes, one thing I will not tolerate in here, guys, because it's never been put out by law enforcement. It's not in any documents. We do not need. I'm not saying that it's not a probability, but it's never been talked about. And everybody has the right to their feelings, their opinions, and their theories about this, but do not bring up the word drugs. Okay? There has been nothing that has said that this has anything to do with that. People's opinions may believe that, and I respect that wholeheartedly, guys. Nothing, and I mean nothing, between whether it's the roommates, the documents in here that we review says anything about it. So let's not do that. Okay. That doesn't need to be. And I think that is highly disrespectful to the victims as well. If that's brought in here, when it comes out by law enforcement, we'll talk about it then. Until then, there's no need for it, guys, because this isn't about that. Only because we can have opinions about it. Okay. But there's been some people that have been really driving it home. And it's kind of come out that the way they're putting it out there is that, you know, the victims that were actually, their lives were taken, it's come off disrespectful to them. Now, referencing certain things is okay, but when you're pointing it directly at the victim themselves, that's just, I don't think that's acceptable right now. Okay, until something were to come out, if at all, by law enforcement. That's all. But other than that, no, guys. I mean, I just don't see it. It doesn't need to be when we're doing the documents and stuff like that. It's just not something we need to put in there. Yeah, that came out that there was a room that was packed with them secretly, blah blah blah, so on and so, or a secret room that was packed with them. That kind of statement, you know, that gets a little bit out there, unless we have some proof. Now, if there's somebody that has proof of that shows it, we'll talk about that then. But you know, until then, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they weren't involved in the. Let me clarify this. I'm not saying that couldn't be a probability as to a motive, maybe. Okay. But it's never been put out there is all I'm saying. So no, if you think that that's, you know, part of the motive, this and that, I understand. I do truly believe and respect that that's a fact. It could be. But the other things, like I just showed, that's what I'm saying. Like the room with the secret room that's covered and stacked with it. That's a little bit much. That's all I'm saying. I just don't want this to go crazy to the left or crazy to the right. That's all, guys. And your opinions, I completely and totally, absolutely respect, as always. That's all. And because you never know when it comes down to the trial, something big could come out about that we were never told about before. So I'm not saying that it's not a probability, but like I said, that other stuff with the room, the secret room, that's no. I don't know about that. I've never seen it. So, I mean, if you have something that proves that, show it to me. We'll talk about it for sure then. Welcome, Lacey. Good to see you. Horse, welcome. There's that. I mean, the discussion is the discussion, guys. It's about, Molly. Good golly almighty. Good to see you. Thank you there. Be real. Welcome back to you. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. 45 peeps in the house. 27 likes. Please hit that like button. See if we can make a match. Miss Cat K, hello and welcome back. Good to see you. Let me see. Yeah, I was looking through. I think Tomboy. You're right. I was looking through that autism document. It's really kind of interesting. I don't know how that's going to work out, but it's interesting for sure. Oop, hold on. One thing I will say though, and I want to make sure I wasn't misunderstood. If there is something in regards to the DRUGS thing that's a specific topic, that's related to this, that's a conversation that's different. Some of what I'm trying to pinpoint is some of the ridiculous stuff I've seen, or like Cassie said, the secret room that's stacked full of this and that, things that are buried under the house. That some of that wild stuff that we don't have any way to relate to this is what I was trying to say. So I want to make sure I'm not misunderstood. That's all. Miss Lacey said, this channel and Melissa J is the only change. Well, thank you for that, Lacey. I appreciate that. Why you got to mess with my head all the time, Tomboy? Dyspraxia. What? Let's do it. What does that mean? Honey. Come on, Tomboy. Smart lady. Tell me. Miss Wisdom's in here in her dishwashing gloves, washing her dishes and listening. Thank you for being here. My wife is going to tell me in a minute.
A neurodevelopmental condition that affects a person's ability to plan, coordinate, execute movements.
Oh, I know what it is, Tomboy. I gotcha. Which is part of the document. Okay. Yes, I see what you're saying now. You have to catch me on point, Doc. You know how I am, Tomboy. My ADHD is real. BK has it, huh? It's a possibility, and I'm sure the whole point in this is that the defense is going to use this to try to get the death penalty off the table. I get it. I don't know that I believe in it, but I get it as a defense. You know what I'm saying? But if it's a real deal thing, and it's a diagnosed medical issue, then I can see why it's brought up wholeheartedly. That makes sense. That makes sense. Come on in, guys. 46 peeps, 29 likes. Grab whatever you're drinking, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, guys. Have a conversation with me. Appreciate you. And Miss Tomboy said it is. So there you go. Dr. Orr, thank you. Very interesting. Very interesting. Do you want to come wash my dishes next, Miss Wisdom? Oh, okay. I guess my wife said the dishes are done too late. Let's see here. Come on down. You got your coffee and Doritos in from bar. Oh, tell me how them Doritos taste. Your coffee Doritos. I'm curious how they. Oh, they are. Are they good, Stormy? I mean, is it something you would eat? Like, want to keep eating them after you have one or two? Because that's what my thing is. I don't know if I would. I love coffee and I love Doritos, but combined, I don't know if I could do it. Yep, coffee flavored Doritos. They're interesting, not bad though. What do you think, babe? Coffee flavored Doritos? Yeah, my wife said nope. Nope, not for her.
I just bought your sister pickle ranch the other day.
What?
Pickle ranch.
Doritos?
No. Dressing.
I would like both of those. I would like that. Pickle ranch dressing. Yeah, my wife said sweet and savory all in one. Is there a sweetness to them? Or is it that bitter coffee taste? I just listened to the latest Stearns jail call where he blames Matt. Oh, are you kidding me? I don't know that I could even listen to that wisdom. He really blames her. What a piece of shit. I guess I'm gonna have to review that too. Not tonight, but maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I've been trying to stay away from that because he really that really makes me angry. That whole situation, that anything that he tries to pull, he did what he did. He was wrong. He deserves to be buried under the jail and then some. Any kind of excuse he gives, especially playing the blame game, no way, bro. Sorry. There should be a ticket to take you straight to hell on a ambus. That's my opinion. But Cool Ranch are the amazing. You know what? I'll tell you something I missed too is that for those of you guys, I'm 50. Most of you guys are close to my age, one way or the one direction or the other. Back in the late 80s, I think it was, maybe early 90s, Frito-Lay made Wild and Mild Ranch Fritos. The Fritos. Oh my God, they were so good. And they got rid of them. I don't understand it. They were so amazing. The spicy sweet chili Doritos. I can't. Those are hot to me. They're not sweet at all. Flaming hot dill pickle Cheetos. What? They make those too? I used to eat the hell out of the flaming hot Cheetos until my stomach fell out. There's Phil. 47 meatballs, 29 likes. There's something seriously wrong here. Tomboy Charm's gonna start the whooping. Hit that like button. You have been warned. Thank you, Phil. Google it. I'm gonna have to, Tomboy. That sounds wild. The jalapeno Cheetos were the ones I used to tear up all the time. And for a while there, I ate those super, super, like the bright red flaming hot ones, and my stomach started to go bad, and I couldn't. The jalapeno ones have a really like a different taste. They're really good. And once you start eating them, you kind of go numb anyway. So, yeah, I've never heard of that. Oh, limited time. Okay. Flaming hot dill pickle. That's wild. I love the dill pickle flavored stuff. I love pickles, but the Lay's dill pickle chips are one of my favorites, but they're so salty I can't eat them very often. Grillo's hot pickles, flaming hot dill pickle chips for sale. I'll be damned. She ain't lying. $9 a bag. There you go, folks. If you like dill pickles and hot stuff, I'll be damned. Well, I didn't think she was lying. I just never heard of them or seen them here. Check them out. Cheetos are the shit too. That's the small bag. The 7. Oh, you get 2 of them. 2 7 to 8 ounce small bags for $9. I guess that's not bad. Do they make bigger bags of Cheetos than that? I think the biggest bag I've ever seen is that medium-sized bag. Pickles and cinnamon. Ew. I don't know that I could do that, Don. Huh. Safeway. We don't have one of those here. I could try one of them. Are they really hot, Tomboy? Like flaming? I know it says flaming, but are they too hot that you can't like eat them? I imagine they're salty too. The goldfish are good. Used to love those. Angel D. Angel D. Is it a secret? I don't want anyone cussing me out today. Is it safe? I don't want. Oh, he wasn't serious, Angel. He was messing with you yesterday. I hope you know that. He's just being goofy ass Willie. Oh, Mikey, you been in my fridge? We can't keep pickles here. I'm sorry. Usually my pickle jar has no juice in it. I love drinking pickle juice. Has anyone tried HEB Ranch Habanero? I don't think I've ever heard of that either, be real. I don't know if I can do the habanero. That's a little too hot for me because exactly, Tomboy, that's where I'm at. Too hot for my no gallbladder ass. I have my gallbladder, but it's still too hot for me because it tears me up. So, the Cheetos are making me curious now, Tomboy. If they made maybe the jalapeno dill pickle, I'd probably try those because the jalapeno is not as hot as the flaming hot. I might be able to handle that. Hey, Mr. Girl, good to see ya. Angel D. Angel D's in the house. Kids are all fed, and we have Alicia's full attention now. HEB is a brand. That's what I thought. I didn't know. Grocery store based out of Texas. That would be why I don't know. All you guys down in Texas get all the good stuff. Ohio doesn't get crap, guys. We don't get anything. It's not fair. We do have Snyder's potato chips, though, which I believe is something that they can't get down south, and they're amazing. Cassie's a beer drinker. Oh, I don't know about that, Ro. Good to see you tonight, Rowena. Thank you for joining us. Angel D. Don't ask me why I keep doing that. If you're about to bring up pickle beer, yes, I've never heard. Oh, wow. I've never heard of that. Pickle beer. You ever heard of pickle beer, hun?
Pickleback. Those are the liquor juice, but I never heard of pickle beer.
Oh, yeah. My wife, she used to be a bartender. She made pickleback shots, which is, what is it? Pickle juice and a shot of what?
Jameson?
I think it's Jameson. Yeah, it is Jameson. That's right. Jameson whiskey with a shot of. It's a shot of Jameson and pickle juice together. Never heard of pickle beer before. Yes, Stormy Jameson. You got Snyder's, Miss Sherry? I didn't think you guys did. The barbecue ones are the best in the planet. Swear to God. They make them here, which is why I didn't think most people had them in the South. I know my aunt and uncle moved to Florida. They were pissed because my aunt's two favorite things were Snyder's barbecue chips and Squirt, and she couldn't get neither one of them down there. What's them shits is nasty. What you talking about, Mike? The pickle beer or the shots? Pickle fucker beer. That looks German. Never heard of that before. No hot spices. They will eat your pancreas. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, they will. Miss Sherry ain't lying. There comes that ultimate wisdom again. Yep, Ball Ray in Ohio, too. Yes, sir. I forgot Donnie's from Ohio. So, well, you're too young. You're still young, Cassie. You got some time. Pickle juice here in Australia, like the vinegar you pickle things in. I think you Americans have pickled alcohol confused. No. Okay. This has happened before. All right, Angel. I forgot that you're in Australia. So pickle juice, like dill pickles. You guys have dill pickles in Australia? Not the sweet ones. They're sour. Dill pickles. That's the pickle juice we're talking about. I guess it's a vinegar base, but I don't know what else is in it. Dill. There's dill in it, of course. If you take a swig of the pickled onion vinegar, oh my God. What you're talking about, pickled vinegary, would be like what pickled eggs is in. That's a different flavor than the pickled juice. Love pickled juice. Pickle fucker beer tastes like you're eating a cheeseburger with pickles. You can taste the burger and it's beer.
Ew, I've heard that. They got bacon beer too. It's gross. You know where they got that from?
Nope.
Willy Wonka.
Probably. Oh my gosh. Molly just blew my mind. Clausen pickle flavored jelly beans by Frankfurt. I would have to try those.
You wouldn't like them. They would be sweet, like sweet pickles.
Sweet. Yeah, but if it's dill, honey, it's going to be dill. Look, guys, and that's a pickle brand. It's like one of my favorite pickle brands because I love dill pickles. Clausen. Candy pickle flavored. That's going to be pickle flavored jelly beans. I don't know. I'd have to try it, but it probably wouldn't be good. Leave it to Molly to find all the crazy, weird stuff. Thank you, Molly. When I get home, I will take a picture of the pickle. Thank you. I bet you they're weird. I like jelly. I love the Jelly Belly jelly beans. I like the popcorn flavors and all them. Those are amazing. They're amazing. I could eat those all day. They're expensive too, though. You aren't right. Shh. I think we all know that already. It's okay. You don't like those? Shame on you, Cassie. Dude. You're crazy. I love popcorn. And those jelly beans. They have a bunch of other flavors that are really good too. You're nuts. Clausen pickles are the best. Yes, they are, Miss Josie. Those in the Honey, what are those other ones we get all the time? Pickles. Yeah, I know you don't like them, but Nathan's dill pickles are really good too. You don't like popcorn. Well, see, that's why you don't like those jelly beans. That's for Junior. Oh, okay. Sorry, Junior. All right, guys, we're about to get rolling here. 46 peeps in the house. 33 likes. We're getting there. Give me a minute, guys, and we'll get up and moving.
Putting up to bed for your friend.
All right. Sorry.
Yes, baby.
I'm telling you, Willie, he was joking. Hey, Steven, good to see you. Miss Peggy, welcome. I hope you had a nice visit with your son.
50.
You guys are going to ruin my love for pickles if you keep sending me this crap. Pickle shot, spicy pickle vodka. Yuck, yuck, yuck. SRBBBB. Hello. Holy McMolly. Miss. She also sent me a picture of silicone pickle flavored condoms. Are you serious? I don't even want to know. No, I'm old, Phil. It's okay. You're right, Stormy? I'm like, what is that? Ew. Okay, let's get these documents up here. Where'd you go? I just had you up here. Oh, and they decided to go away, so I'm going to have to pull it back up. Hold on.
Did I stop anywhere yesterday?
Not that I know of.
Walmart.
All right, y'all. I haven't heard from you. You should have joined me up here too, Mikey, so I could hear your thoughts on all this stuff. people don't want to hear their voices out there on the documents and stuff. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So, do you guys want to go over the autism defense document first, or something else first? Oh no, and why not, bro? You got a voice too. Or is there another specific document that you guys would like to look into first? Because we can cover the autism spectrum disorder affidavit of Rylan Nolan, or we can go over the defense motion about it. Okay. All right, then we will get into that. Hold on here. I never looked at it either, until Tomboy said something and made me curious. So, and I was curious how you're going to use something like that. You know what I mean? But okay. There we go. All right. So, and if you guys want me to put a link out for people to join us, please do. Please let me know. Oh no. See? Tomboy said, hang on. Before we get anywhere. Pickle fucker beer. And that's what it says. And it's definitely not written in English, so it's German. And I don't know if I could handle that, Tomboy. I mean, I'm not a beer drinker to begin with, or never was. But I do like pickles. And she said it tastes like a cheeseburger with pickles, so. Grizzly covering Stearns. I do want to see what she has to say. Well, I'm going to eventually get on that too, but tonight I'm just doing this document stuff here. And then I have some thoughts. I have a whole thing to do with the Soto case that I'm going to be covering, so. It's in English. Really? Oh, I guess it is. It was just hard to read. You're right. Okay. Thank you, Tomboy. Hang on just a minute. Here we go. Order stealing defendants exhibit to support their motion to strike the death penalty autism spectrum disorder. The court having before it the stipulated motion to file defendants exhibits autism spectrum is hereby ordered the defendants exhibit in support of their motion to strike death penalty. Okay. So that's not the right one. That's just a motion to strike it. So hold on. Let me get the other one. Hey, Ray. Good to see you tonight. Oh, I definitely am. Definitely am. There it is. Sorry, I picked the wrong one. The autism. It comes now. All of that. You know that. Brian's autism. Okay. Sentencing option in this case because Koberger's autism spectrum disorder, ASD, reduces his culpability, negates. Let me blow it up for you guys. Sorry. Here we go. Where'd it go? Negates the retributive and deterrent purposes of capital punishment and exposes him to the unacceptable risk that he will be wrongfully convicted and sentenced to death. In making this motion, Mr. Koberger relies on his right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment, his right to due process, his right to a fair trial, his right to counsel, his right to present a defense, his right to a reliable sentencing determination, and other rights safeguarded by the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution. And Article 1, Section 1, 2, 6, 7, and 13 of the Idaho State Constitution. Mr. Koberger is aware of the deadline previously imposed by the court scheduling order, but has good cause for filing this motion at this time. Good cause is laid out in an affidavit attached but filed under seal. See Exhibit 1, affidavit of Dr. Cecil Reynolds. Hold on. Trying to take some notes here. A notarized signed copy will be provided once received by Dr. Reynolds. So, the table of contents on this is the argument due to impairments, introduction. Let me see. Let me get to the argument. Where's it at? Here we go. Due to impairments in communication, reasoning, social skills, and impulse control, people with ASD are insufficiently culpable to be executed. Welcome, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mama. Thank you for joining us and giving me that option to be able to say that again. Welcome, Echo, as well. Ray Baldick, wonderful to have you guys, or not Baldick, Knightley, I'm sorry. And of course, the lovely Miss Phil. Thank you for being here as well. Donnie says, but if you take 4 souls, if you kill four souls, be a death penalty, if found guilty, is fair by law, period. Now, see, I have to say that I agree with this. I am on this one, Tomboy. This is the motion to strike the death penalty autism spectrum disorder. Is this the right one, Tomboy? Hey, J Lord. And Tomboy, are you interested in joining me up here tonight? Been a while since I've seen J Lord. Here, I'll do this since we don't have to worry about the mama bear. Hold on one second, you guys. One moment. There we go. All right. So if anybody wants to join me with this tonight, you're welcome to. The link is pinned in the chat. All right. It's always good to have more than one voice discussing. Thank you, Miss Alicia. Welcome, Jody Walters, Leslie, and Billy. Good to see you, dear. All right, y'all. Is it okay? Let me get back down to the argument here for you guys. The death penalty is only appropriately sought in a case when it falls into a very narrow category of the most serious crimes and involves a defendant. Now, I will say one thing, guys. I support the death penalty in this case. What's the matter, Tomboy, now? You're growling at me for what did I do this time? Oh, you can't find it. Well, it's up here. You're welcome to join me if you want to see it up here. But either way, I absolutely support the death penalty in this case. There were 4 lives that were taken for absolutely no reason whatsoever. The person that did this is evil, in my opinion, and absolutely needs to be. I don't believe that they should get any less than the death penalty. So I do support it under this circumstance. So, it involves a defendant whose extreme culpability makes them the most deserving of execution. The 8th Amendment limits the death penalty to those offenders with a conscience materially more depraved than that of the typical murderer. The death penalty must be limited to those offenders whose extreme culpability makes them the most deserving of execution. In prohibiting execution of people with intellectual disabilities, the U.S. Supreme Court identified several characteristics that make such defendants categorically less culpable than the average criminal. See Atkins 543, U.S. at 316. Um, I question this too, Brandy. I do. This was never talked about, guys, until they're fighting the death penalty. They've been, she's looking for a way to get this off the table. This is her job. I understand that. I'm questioning this. I truly am questioning this. Okay. Because of their impairments, however, by definition, they have diminished capacities to understand and process information, to communicate, to abstract from mistakes and learn from experience, to engage in logical reasoning, to control impulses, and to understand the reactions of others. I didn't even know you was in here, Cap. Welcome. I didn't see you in the chat. Welcome, brother. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining me.
How you doing, Dago?
Great to see you tonight, brother.
Good to see you.
So before we go further, what do you think of this one, of this autism?
Oh, it's just another play to get out of the death penalty. And one of the things I don't understand about the death penalty is that why would you be fighting that when there's not even a conviction yet with the death penalty, right?
Well, I think that they have a window they have to stick with as far as taking this off the table.
Right. They're trying to get it off the table because they're not sure if they're going to win the case. That's what I think of it,
And that's absolute. I agree with you on that one. I feel that this is part of a defense, and whether it's because she feels like they're going to lose or not, she has to go ahead. They have a certain window that they're allowed to play this by. Okay, whatever your defenses are, whatever your options are to try to go against the death penalty, they have to put those through it before a certain period of time. So she has to put it, or has to have it filed. I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's, like Tomboy said, she has to file it, period. So, because if she were to lose, that's another thing. So,
yeah, you're trying to get the death penalty off the table, and then you can go from there, but I understand that, but it's rare in a such a conviction case to fight death penalty before there's even a conviction. I mean, usually you leave things in a big case, where you can go later on to appeal, and it eventually goes to the Supreme Court. I mean, even if this guy is convicted of the DP, it could be 10, 15 years before it even is carried out, and then it'll go to Supreme Court. And then, one of the things I wanted to say, Dago, is that extra DNA that's left behind, that needs to be cleared. I mean, you got millions of dollars already spent in this case.
Yep.
Clear it out, and clear it out. Clear the people that are on that DNA belongs to. At least make an attempt, because when he goes for appeal, because there's going to be appeals to this, even if there's a conviction, right?
Yeah.
So
I agree.
So you're gonna take those that when you go for appeal, you're gonna say, hey, there was 2 other DNA samples there. They were never tested, never this, and that's gonna go to Supreme Court. Supreme Court's gonna say, probably 10 years down the road, if Idaho even still has a death penalty at that time, and say, yeah, we're gonna give them an appeal, and let's check them out. Save, evidence is saved. Let's try it out. But
I can agree. Yeah, I can agree on that.
Yeah, sure.
And I guarantee you, and that's something we talked about once before, is that because of the way the death penalty works, unfortunately, you can be convicted, receive the death penalty, and one of the main reasons I got into true crime is a friend of mine that I had explained that was murdered back when we were 12 and 13 years old. The person that did it got the death penalty, and it's been, how many years are we at now, hon? Yeah. Almost 40, right? 40, yeah. He's been on death row for almost 40 years now. That's not typical, but he filed every appeal he could, and then he went for the disability stuff, because they're saying he was disabled and mentally challenged to a certain attempt, and none of it went through, so he's still sitting on death row 40 years later. And that's a problem. So, but that's what I'm saying, is the length of period of time that you can be on death row. Like you said, what if Idaho doesn't even have the death penalty, in the next 20 years, 15 years, or something like that? That's going to change things. So yeah, I can understand, and I agree with you on that.
Yeah, 10 years from now it could be commenced. You know what I mean? It could be
Yeah,
commenced.
100%.
So we don't know. You know, nothing's a sure thing.
Right.
You know? And it's kind of odd that after almost 3 years, these things are starting to come out now with the knife, the purchase of the knife, the text messages, the 911 call. I'm just thinking, what else is there? And
I think there's more to come.
And we forget about that house that's the neighbor's house where the girl lived there, where they took her underwear and put it in the cup holder, robbed her, and then it was on. I think it was Plunder or one of those people they called in for the body cam footage from the police.
Yeah,
and supposedly she was good friends with Kohlberger or had some kind of acquaintance with him, and her furniture was rearranged in her house. They came home one night and the furniture was rearranged. She kind of freaked out. And she called Kohlberger, and Kohlberger said, "Look, I'll set up cameras there, set everything up." This was, I don't know if this is on paper or what, but this is what I heard, a year and a half ago, whatever, 2 years ago. And supposedly he said he was going to go in there, set up the cameras for her and all that other stuff. And, it faces that house. And then she gets this odd thing. I mean, and you could blame everything on pranks, like especially when you're college and stuff like that. People play pranks all the time, but and then you have something horrific like this happen. You're like, oh, wait a minute, maybe there's something to this, and rearranging the furniture in someone's house and disturbing them a little bit, and then all of a sudden them calling you to do the, I'll install cameras, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll help you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know what to make of that, and I'm dying to see if that comes out in any of the documents or anything later on down the road with this, because we're getting little tidbits here and there that we could talk about and theorize on. So, I think it's good that some of the stuff is starting to come out, and it's making people realize different aspects of this case. So.
And I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. Even Steve Gonsalves said that he doesn't understand why all this stuff had to be hidden for so long. And I think that a lot of this stuff being buried and sealed and under the gag, it caused some problems, in my opinion. That it didn't need to happen. Didn't need to happen. And I know that story you're talking about, Cap. I remember hearing that, and I think that was brought out and used as part of the propaganda to show, to bring the narrative, that the guilt narrative for Brian in that sense. And they wanted to make sure that everybody sees, because they brought out, we stole his sister's phone when he was 16, and he did this, and they were looking for anything they could find on him to make him look guilty to the world. Okay. And I think that's why that story came out. I would like to know more about that, though. I'm glad you said something about that.
Well, a lot of these cases, Dago, goes back to mine hunters, John Douglas, forensic profiling.
Right.
They go back to if you harmed animals, and then how you grew up, and then how was your family, and it's crazy to say, because it's not really evidence in court to commit you of a crime for what you did 10 years ago. But it's what they're looking for is to show a pattern, and who to look for and how to look at these patterns. And it's been very successful. I mean, with John Douglas, he's actually, after retirement, I mean, the guy's, he's probably in the 80s now. He's been called in a few times to help hand him a file and go through it and say the guy's going to be right here, and he was right.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, if you read those books and go through that stuff, it's very interesting, and it applies to a lot of cases, and it has a pattern, and when you pick out these patterns from old cases and other cases, you can put everything together and you come up with some kind of conclusion, or a better theory. I'm just,
I can agree.
Yeah.
Real quick, let me read this here. Phil said nope, and partially and this goes back to where we were at a little bit ago. The real reason is to impanel a jury with people whom are comfortable with imposing the death penalty is 95% more likely to convict if the death penalty is on the table. And I agree with that, Phil. Very good point. Hey, JC, good to see you. Real quick to Jay Lord. First off, I'm sorry that you went through that. I was reading this over here. I'm so sorry that happened. I'm glad that you got through everything okay. That's not a joke or anything to joke around with. You know, health is real. So I'm glad you're okay. I'm grateful to have you here, and I hope you're doing okay now. And again, welcome. It's wonderful to have you here, regardless of what people believe, guys. And I want to reclaim this statement again. We can disagree on anything. Okay, we're all human beings, and truly, if everybody in the world agreed on everything, it would be a boring world. Okay, but there were some people that, you know, were not nice to each other for a long period of time in some senses, and there still are. But it's the internet, folks. It's not really worth that. This stuff here, where we go over this stuff because we want to understand, we want some truth, we want to know, and everybody in here, I believe, wants justice for the victims and their families. So it's not worth that. It's not worth getting so upset that it affects your health. I've been there. I get it. So again, J Lord, I want to seriously let it be known that I really am sorry that you went through what you went through. It's horrible. It's horrible that can happen to somebody. It really is. So I'm grateful you're okay. I'm glad to see you here. You're always welcome. My door's open. And like I said, I'd love to hear your thoughts on things as well. So very much appreciated. Everybody's is. Just as much as Caps is or anybody. It's, you know, this community is about opinions and feelings and trying to base it on factual information and pull the truth out and bring justice to, you know, see justice brought to the victims that we talk about. So again, I'm grateful that you're good, Jay. I really am. That's a horrible thing to go through. I'm so sorry that happened. It gets real when they're talking. Chances are greater not making it. I had no idea I had a heart attack. I swim 300 laps every morning without. Wow. See, that's the scary thing is the healthiest people in the world can do that because the stress that you can bring to yourself is not a joke. So anyway, again, J Lord, thank you for being here with us. I'm grateful that you're doing okay, and God bless, dear. You're always welcome here. It's great to have you here. Moving on, guys, and again, everybody, again that's here, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you all very much. Please hit the like button, share this out if you will. In Virginia, welcome to you. Yes, I think we all have to say that. You know, I don't know how many of you remember Jay, and I'm not going to bring anything bad up, but there was some friction on YouTube, and some people were involved in this and that and everything else. But it's not even worth talking about at this point. It's so not. I don't hold grudges about anything, and I don't have issues with anybody, even people that I didn't get along with for the longest time. I still feel for them. I still feel for their loss and the things they go through, and I don't wish that on anybody, guys, no matter what. So, you know, I hope that you can be here, J Lord, without being stressed out and be comfortable here and know that you're always welcome. My door's open and we all accept you as anybody else in the community. I hope that's understood. So let's see. Was there anything else, Cap, you wanted to say? I didn't mean to cut you off if I did, sir.
No, not at all. I'm just.
Well, I appreciate you joining me.
Read more docs. That's all.
Yeah. I appreciate you joining me for that.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah, I mean, I can do this on my own, but it's nice to have somebody to talk to, like you're actually talking to somebody. You know what I mean? So, Mama Bear's in here. Hi, J Lord. It's good to see you here. Glad you came. Yes, I think we all feel that way, J Lord. God, like I said, God bless. That's a lot to go through, and it's very scary. So, all right. So this says again, because of their impairments, however, by definition, they have diminished capacities to understand and process information, to communicate, to abstract from mistakes and learn from experience, to engage in logical reasoning, to control impulses, and to understand the reactions of others. Okay. ASD is a real thing. Okay. And I'm going to say something here. Hey, Tater. I think that Brian Koberger knows right from wrong. You're welcome, horse. I absolutely think Brian Koberger knows right from wrong. I think that Brian Koberger, even if he has ASD, okay, knows that you don't go do this, that you don't attack people. So I think it's kind of an excuse, in my opinion. I'll be honest with you guys. If you're good enough to commit this crime and you can understand what you did, then you should be good enough to be able to face the consequences. So please understand my feelings on that. Okay. I know there's people that think that I'm a Kohberger supporter. I'm not. I'm here for the truth. This, I think, is it, and I know what Anne's doing. This is her job. Okay. But I just feel like this is an excuse. And she's doing this just to get the death penalty off the table. I understand. I just don't think that's fair. Okay. I don't think it's fair the way it's presented, but that's just my opinion. Onward we go. Also, people with ASD exhibit impairments nearly all of these areas. In all of these areas, I'm sorry. There are two primary diagnostic criteria for ASD. First, a person must display persistent deficits in social communication, okay, and interaction across multiple contexts, as manifested by deficits in all three of the following areas: social, emotional, reciprocity, which is reciprocating to other people, nonverbal communicative behaviors used for social interaction and developing, maintaining, and understanding relationships, which I can absolutely say that I could see Brian having issues with. He's odd. Okay. It's been stated by a lot of people that he was different in some ways. So the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, clinical testing and diagnosis for autism spectrum disorder is where that came from. Let me get to the other point here now. Second, a person must display restrictive, repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, or activities as manifested by at least two of the following: stereotyped or repetitive motor movements, use of objects or speech, insistence on sameness, inflexible adherence to routines, or ritualized patterns of verbal or nonverbal behavior, highly restricted, fixated interests that are abnormal in intensity or focus, and hyper or hypo reactivity to sensory input or unusual interests in sensory aspects of the environment. Hold on. As a result of these deficits, offenders with autism spectrum disorder tend to lack theory of mind, especially empathy and the ability to see from other perspectives. The ability to appreciate the whole context, executive functioning required for planning and organization, appreciation for the consequences of one's actions, and the ability to generalize learning from one situation to another. That's Astrid Bergden, enabling the disabled. On down. A comprehensive neuropsychological evaluation of Mr. Kohberger conducted by Dr. Rachel Orr, PSYDABPPCN, found that Mr. Kohberger continues to exhibit all the core diagnostic features of ASD currently. So Brian has, by regard of this doctor, been diagnosed with ASD, folks. Okay. Social deficits, including diminished ability to understand the reactions of others. Perhaps the most widely recognized characteristics of ASD. People with ASD often have difficulty identifying the emotional or mental states, fear and anxiety of others, and how to respond appropriately. And that's a big deal. So what they're basically saying here is that Brian doesn't understand the reactions that people are going to have to, or the consequences. That's what I was. The first time J-Lord's been in here and she's in my head already. That's what I was just getting ready to say. So I think that and again, I'm not saying this is wrong, but like J-Lord said down here, where'd it go? Check into that doctor before taking her diagnosis to heart. That's my point. Yes. Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say, because I don't know who this doctor is. This is somebody that defense pulled, obviously, and their job is to find him innocent, to prove that he has these things. That's what their job is. So, of course, this doctor is going to work for them to do this. That's how we know that how that works, guys. So I'm sure that they've looked into this doctor as far as credibility and credentials and all that kind of stuff. What we need to do, though, is understand how many times this doctor's done this before. How many times this doctor has given diagnosis for people that are looking at the death penalty, and or things in that realm. How many times have you done this? Do you do this just to get people off a death row or off the death penalty table? You know what I mean? And it seems like that could be the thing. We don't know, but that sounds like that's what I think looking into the doctor would be good for. Welcome, Miss Tandy. Good to see you. So back to where I was down here. I hate when they put all this case law in here. Yeah, Donald. I mean, I'm just saying, guys, we can't just take this just because they say that's what their job is. These experts, they work for these attorneys, the defense attorneys, and the prosecution to prove things, to the jury. The doctor's going to sit on the stand and testify to, yes, Brian has ASD. He had no idea that what he was doing. I'm not saying this is what they're going to say for real, but he has ASD. He had no idea what he was doing. He didn't know right from wrong. He didn't realize that the reactions of killing 4 people is going to come on. I don't think this is fair to use this, okay? Because let's talk about this. How many people could have been diagnosed with ASD or other issues that have turned out to be serial killers? Okay, I can almost imagine that Dahmer had this. BTK possibly. They could have had the same thing. It doesn't make it right. I don't believe that you should be able to get out of certain crimes because you have this stuff. Now, if you are 100%, let me put it this way. If you have a 100% mental deficit, you're very, very highly mentally handicapped, okay? I think at that point, that needs to be looked into there, because maybe at that point, you didn't know what you did. You don't know right from wrong. Your brain didn't process what you were doing. That's different from this. This man is very highly intelligent, okay? He's studying criminology and forensics. That says a lot. That's not something you can just float through. So there has to be some culpability here with, is this an excuse just to get this off the table, or is this a real deal thing? And I think abusing it just to get your way is wrong. That's one thing I want to clarify there. Alicia says, my son has autism. When he hits his sister, does that mean I should tell his sister sorry? Yeah. Thank you. That's the perfect example. I mean, it's a little less serious, but it's the same thing, Alicia. So we have kids that go around that are autistic, that hit other kids, that bite other kids. It doesn't mean that you can't excuse it in that sense for that. So I do believe that this is Anne doing everything she can do to cancel out this death penalty, guys. And I have to say that. It seems like
I gotta agree with you.
I mean, she's reaching, guys, and I don't know if it's because she's worried she's going to lose.
It's another ploy.
It's something she has to do as a defense attorney. That's my opinion. And like I said, she's got a small window to be able to file these things. And if she doesn't, then it's not they won't accept it. You know what I'm saying? So she's got to do it now while she can. So yeah, I don't accept this. Okay. Yeah, right, Brandy. Same thing. Brandy's son is autistic. So if he beats up on Brandy, you can't just say, sorry, guys. He does it because he's autistic. People will get that, but that's not what you do. You have to correct the problem. So I don't know.
It's going to be kind of hard to prove that point when you already have a master's degree and you're in a PhD program.
And I
you know what I mean?
Sir.
That makes it more, I don't know. It makes it more deceptive to the narrative. You know what I mean? It's like,
agreed. Yeah.
It's like, it's, and the other thing I want to say, Dago, was some of these hearings, they're getting to be a little bit redundant and stuff like that, where they're getting to be almost like downsized, like where it's getting to be a little too much, and it might be hurting him or hurting the defense more than helping. You know what I mean? Coming up with okay, I was driving around. Okay, I was in the car. That was my alibi. Then I was stargazing. Okay, and then throw the Amazon thing out with the knife, and then do this, and then come back. And now it's autism, and it's always something else, and it's diluting the narrative of innocence. You know what I mean? It's after a while it gets to be redundant, and this is my opinion. It starts to dilute. It's like, all right, you're just reaching. You know what I mean? It's like you're just constantly reaching, and then, all right, when's enough is going to be enough? Okay, let's just see a trial and the evidence.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And the thing, I gotta say this, it's kind of bugged me a bit, but I've never seen a case that has so many motions, guys. I mean, if you look at these, if I show you the documents that have been filed on this, it's insane. It takes me a good 6 minutes to scroll through how many documents, and most of them are motions from the defense. So many of them. I don't know. Is it a delaying process? Is it a tactic to delay? Is it because you don't have your shit together? What is it? Or is it a combination? Either way, I don't think it's helping in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I think it's just it's a bit much, and I have to say it's a lot. Yeah, and that's right there, Chris. I mean, this is she's a court-appointed attorney, and it's like she's motioned so much that even if I thought he was innocent, I would be like, damn, are you serious again? There's so many motion hearings, it's ridiculous. There's so many out there that we don't even know happened. That were not televised and put out there. There's a lot. There's a whole lot. I don't know. I don't know. That's it. That's a good point there too. I have worked with so many autistic kids, and you do have to let them know their boundaries. It's fact, Tandy, and same with adults. Okay, they know, most of them know their boundaries. Unless it's so bad that that's a different story altogether. Okay, if they have it that bad, then they should be in an environment where they can be medically handled in that sense. You know what I mean? So yeah. And it's draining resources. It's taking up time that could be used for something else. Musical Contessa. Yes. I think clicking on a site or a purchase does not equate to guilt, and I agree with that. I know so many folks from different states that own knives and guns, love their items, hunt fish, pick for it. Good point, Contessa, and I agree with that. Love to you as well, dear. Very much so. I appreciate you being here. I am me. Welcome. Says the cards are stacked against him, and the state isn't innocent either. I agree with that as well. Far as hiding shit and gaslighting, they wanna. Yes. Now I can understand. I'm saying I can see things from both sides, you guys. I truly do, and I appreciate your guys' input on this for sure. Yes, that's the fact. My son is autistic, and he's beyond intelligent with the things that he excels in, music and all that kind of stuff. There's other things he doesn't get, but he's beyond intelligent at certain things, almost too much, guys. So that's very true, Tandy. Very, very true. Cheers to you too. Wonderful to have you here. I always love when you're here, Contessa. Always love having you here. I heard it was just a formal filing to get on record and psych evaluate. That's the way I heard it too, Moonlit. But I'm not comfortable with this. I don't like this. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this. I'm uncomfortable with this because I know it's a formal filing. I know it's something that has to be done, guys. I don't like it. I don't. If Brian actually did this, I think that he should pay for it. Period. He should get everything, that the full extent of the law. That's 4 lives that were taken for no reason. 4 lives that will never, 4 families that are completely destroyed. They'll never have that back. And a person did this. They deserve that punishment, period. That's all I'm saying. I mean, Brandy, I know that's a rough subject to talk about, hon. I get it. When Matthew gets older, looking at group homes, etc., I don't know if I can bring myself. You may be able to do it without doing that. You may be able to get outside help, Brandy, because at some point he's going to be too big for you to be able to do the things you do. So I get it. And I know that would break my heart too, hon. I do. But we don't need to worry about that. Matthew's in a great place in his brand new home with a wonderful mother and a wonderful family, and he's doing them all amazing. So you don't have to worry about that right now. Let's see. All right, when we go. So again, the motion is to strike the death penalty, period. That's what this is all about, based on the ASD diagnoses. That again, this doctor. I think that the prosecution absolutely should have their doctor do the same thing. I don't know that they will. I'm pretty sure that they should, the way this works out. But the prosecution or the state needs to bring in a doctor to give him the same diagnoses, and if it comes out to be the same, then okay, I can understand it.
It's hard to read these cases with no motive. When you don't have a motive, it's so hard.
Say that again, bud.
It's so hard to read these cases when there's no motive. It's like,
Yeah.
It's if there was some kind of motive there, love triangle, something. You could
Welcome,
justify
Claudia.
certain things. It's so hard when you don't have a motive. But you do have evidence, and motive is not the conclusion to any case, guilt or innocence. But yeah, but the motive in certain cases is very important. What was the motive? Why? It goes back to you think of Steins, the sheriff Dago, and you think of that case, and you're like, what made him snap like that, right? So that's pretty much a motive case, like. But
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely.
It's just my thoughts. There's no really, so far everyone's saying there's no really connection to them in Kohlberger. But why that house? Why there? Why? It's the why, the motive.
Agreed. Some people think he did it. If he did it, it's just because he wanted to see if he could get away with it. Some people think that there was a personal grudge because I think it was Jeff earlier brought up that maybe it was because he was angry because he got turned away from the police department he wanted to work for, so on and so forth. There's people that believe this was premeditated way long time ago. Because he bought the supposedly bought this knife 8 months before he even moved there. And so the crime was premeditated, some people think, and then he chose his targets. That's a little hard for me to accept, but I mean it's possible. Okay.
Sure, yeah. And then the setbacks with the he applied, I don't know how many times, for the police department. He wanted to go work for the police department. They denied it to him, which is odd to me, because someone with that pedigree and in the class in the university going PhD would be a great thing for the police department, right? But he was denied, and then all of a sudden, he loses the teaching job, and then a bunch of setbacks. It doesn't prove guilt, but it's a pattern. So I'm thinking outside the box, Dago. I'm thinking both ways, and people have good theories of innocence, and people have really good theories of guilt. I lean more towards the guilt side, but I'm open to anything, and then I try to listen and learn as much as I can, and then come up with different speculations. But as this evidence progresses and more stuff comes out, we'll see how it goes, right? So
that's about the best way to look at it. Yeah, I can agree. LL, welcome. It might be necessary that they assess him medically and file this to prove that he was provided. Yeah, agreed, LL. There's multiple reasons why they do this. This is something that has to be done. I know that much. Well, hold on. J Lord says I have a theory on the house. It's memorable. I'd love to hear that theory, J Lord. You must think of this is again Phil, and I always appreciate your input on things, Phil. I take it to heart too. You must think of every trial the same. Every single move is calculated, life or death chess match. You have a Salem responsibility to defend your client by every means possible under the law. That's a fact, especially a public defender. I mean, this is why they're there. This is what they have to do. So I get it. Like I said, we don't have to agree with this. I think it was Moonlit that said this. Yeah. We don't have to agree, but this is her job. This is what she does. It bugs me because, I have a child that has this. There's other kids out there that have this, other people in here that have children that have these issues. And it's like an abuse of it. I know that sounds dumb, you guys. It hits me in that way. And I know that's dumb. That's just how it bugs me with this. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, I truly feel that, whatever this happens with this, I've never said any different. If Brian did this, then let me light the fire because I'm standing there with it. I want justice, period. That's all I've ever wanted on this is real justice for these kids and their families, period. I just want to make sure that they have the right person. That's all I've ever questioned, you know. That statement you made, Contessa, about that Pennsylvania thing. Where did you find that? I would love to read into that a little bit. Just out of curiosity. So let's see. Angel saying maybe the perp plan for 11/22/22, but the huge party that previous night scrapped the plan. That's a theory, a thought. And that's, I mean, I would have to mention or imagine that has to be a fact, Chris, because to do the things that were done, it has to be. You know what I mean? In my opinion. His lawyer is required to pull out all. Yes, that's the law. That's how they have to do this. I don't think he lost his teaching job before the end of leaving. No, he didn't. That was already proven. Do you think that he became really obsessed with Maddie? Supposedly he targeted. I truly feel that Maddie was the target. That's just always been my belief. I don't know what the motive would mean for that. Now, it's something that was talked about theoretically a long time ago that I was involved in the conversation of. Maddie worked at that restaurant that he may have frequented because he was a vegan. She's a very attractive girl. He may have tried to approach her maybe at one time and she turned him away. That's a theory I had as far as a motive. It makes sense to me. Okay. But I'm not saying that's what happened or that's why. I'm just saying a theory I had possibly. Go ahead, bud.
Or maybe he went in there and he was trying to hook up with one of them and they made fun of him kind of behind his back.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Then that 100%. Would be like, but that would be a motive, right?
It would be. And no, you're right. And J-Lard, no, it wasn't Greek. It wasn't vegan, but they did serve vegan food is what I had found out. And being that
vegan pizza.
There wasn't too many restaurants in that area. That could have just been because he was vegan that he went in there once or twice to get that pizza or something like that. And, tried to approach her or speak to her and was turned away. You know what I'm saying? It's just a theory. It's not like a factual ideal. Hold on. I was told Google it right now. Just type Michael Koberger 301 Effort PA, and then you'll scroll down, see more, and you'll see the show. Really? Hold on 1 minute. Let me see what happens here. Hang on. Michael Koberger. Okay. You got me curious, that's for sure. Okay. Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here, Contessa? Michael Koberger 69, Lambsden Drive, Albrightsville. I know that's the address there.
What are you doing?
Oh, scroll up.
Finishing up what?
Okay. Hey, Jane, thank you for joining us. This is the top right here of the page. Why does this keep going to Yahoo when I use Google? That blows my mind. Did I miss something here? Public record search, Matterhorn Drive, Effort, PA. Now take the address Michael Koberger's connecting to. You can spot it when you scroll down a bit. You had it. Oh, up here? Okay. This one here, the Lambsden Drive in Albrightsville. Are you talking about that one, Contessa?
Look around. I don't know. Look in these bags. I don't know.
Is it that one there, or is it the Matterhorn Drive Effort PA? One of those two? Matterhorn. Thank you. Okay. All right. This shows the address.
Hello?
Hold on.
Same time as gone on before, cutting out her.
What's the matter, Leslie? Hurry, what?
5:30.
Did I miss something? Please tell me. I'm trying to keep up. What's the matter? Hurry, please. What's the matter, hon?
Are you working?
What am I looking for, though? I don't know what to see here. I don't see anything that has.
Yeah, put it back. Actually, put it back right now. Yeah.
I'm reading. I don't see any Showalter anything yet. I don't see it yet. Welcome back, Jesse. Previous occupants. Oh, wait. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Does it show that? Source purchase history. Somebody help me here if you can see what I'm looking at. Previous occupants to this property. Does it say it where? Hold on. Name is Randy Neverez. There. What? Yeah, Jeff was here earlier. He said he had some kind of an appointment. He had to go. I think it was a photo shoot or something, but he might come back. Go back and type in the address 301 Matterhorn, and you'll see the Kendra and Emily. Oh, so type this into Google 301. Okay, I got you. Hold on. 301 Matterhorn Drive. Effort, PA. I did find some Showalters in Pennsylvania way long time ago, guys. I did. That's true. So hold on a minute. Let me try this. I can't remember what we were doing, but we did find some. I've never even heard of Effort, PA. That's wild. All right, there we go. Hang on. Okay, that's weird. That's really weird that shows up there. You gotta love the internet, guys. Actually, let me back this up and just type this in right here. This is even easier. It's a good idea there, contestant. Let me do it this way. Previous owners. See if that's what you're saying. If that comes up that way. Because we're talking about a connection between a Showalter and Koberger. Oh my God, this should not be this difficult. My computer's goofy. There it is. No. Touch DNA. Well, because it was seen that Jack Showalter, hey Dark Fae, it was there, and then Koberger is the suspect. So somebody said that they saw that there was that the Showalters lived in an address that Michael Koberger did, which is a very odd coincidence. I will say that much. That is true. There it is. Maybe if I can't get it to work this way, I'm just going to give up, move on. But here we go. Randy. Hold on, guys. Let me let this load and see what happens.
It's a small world. Wasn't there a connection between Kopaka and Pennsylvania as well a couple of years ago? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that one as well. Live close by each other or something.
All right, I don't see anything. Hey, woke up. Yes, Walt does too. Sorry, guys. I think it was just a coincidental situation. I'm sorry. I was looking at something else over here trying to see if it said anything, but it doesn't show it to me. The Jack Showalter may have relatives or somebody with the same last name lives previously lived at that address, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I'll look into this maybe later. Anyway, hey, Simply. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Where were we at here? Let me get past that there. Fixated interests that are abnormal in intensity or focus, hyperfocus, sensory input, usual interest. Yes, we went through that already. Mr. Cooper can. Oh, yeah, we went through all that. Why are we back up there? Sorry, guys. I got that distracted me, and I got all tousled. My apologies. Okay, here we go. Diminished ability to communicate is another. A hallmark of ASD. Language deficits are commonly among people with ASD, ranging from complete lack of verbal language. Okay, so here's the deal, guys. This doctor basically, because this is just going to be ongoing, this doctor diagnosed him. That's their job. The state and or the prosecution has to bring in my opinion, I'm pretty sure they do it anyway. If there's one expert on one side, they have to bring their own expert in to do the same thing. And even if they do that, you know, I think that's going to be probably a big deal. I don't know that I haven't seen anything in the documents bringing in the state bringing in their expert on this. That's all I'm saying. So, let me see down here. That's pretty much all this is stating, guys. It just reads through what the deterrent retributive aims of the death penalty are not met by executing people with ASD. That's all this is about, is saying that Brian Christopher Koberger has ASD, and that because of that, he shouldn't be put to death if he were convicted of it and given the death penalty. That's all this is basically putting out there. There's so much here to read. And awareness of ASD becomes more widespread, evolving standards of decency condemn execution of people with ASD. So here's the problem with this, you guys, that I have. This is a big problem, actually. If we're to read this and go by what this is saying, this basically says that it's okay for people that have ASD to commit horrible crimes and get away with it. That's not right. Not get away with it, but not have to pay to the full extent of the law as far as punishment goes, okay? I don't think that that's a good thing. Because in that situation, you have people that, if they figure this out, they could do that. And I think that's ridiculous. I'm not comfortable with this. I know that this is part of the law, that this is how it works, but just saying, I'm not comfortable with this. I'm just not. I don't know. I know it's her job. I know it's all part of the thing. This is how it's supposed to go, but I just don't like this. Yes, I didn't know you had a question, Leslie. I didn't see it. Ask me. Ask away. So, I mean, in a nutshell, guys, that's all this is with this autism thing, is that Brian's been diagnosed by the defense doctor that was hired by the defense, an expert, whatever you want to call them, and now they're fighting the death penalty with this. Now they're saying that the defendant may have Asperger's syndrome.
Dago.
Yeah, sir. I'm listening. Yes.
There's also something known as a fugue state.
A fugue state?
I don't know if you ever heard of a fugue state.
How do you spell that? F-U-G-E?
It's F-O. Let me get it.
One moment here. Let me
read. You hold on.
Yes, sir. Take your time. I'm trying to see. I was just told there's new documents that were just dropped. Today's the 20th, and I don't see it yet. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in essence. Thank you, J-Lard. That's what it is. if his attorney were to take this to trial and not one time try to fight the death penalty, he has the ability to appeal that and say that he had ineffective counsel. Period. So they have to do this. Okay. So people that don't understand it, let me know whenever you're ready, Cap. No worries.
The fugue state you're talking about?
Yeah, is that what you were saying? I think it's fugue. Is it fugue or fugue? Fugue.
It's a F. F as in Frank. U. G-U-E.
G-E. Yeah, fugue state. I know what that is. I've heard of that. Absolutely. I did, J Lord. I played that video earlier with Steve on there. Yes, the fugue state. I can look that up for you if you want in a moment here. I just want to see these new documents that were dropped, sir. Hold on. Where did you see this, Leslie? New documents. Yep, that's it right there. That's right, Peggy. Reading footnotes is important. It is, Miss Tandy. That's true. That's what I thought. They would be right here. And I refreshed this twice. The last thing I see that was dropped, well, I'll go out of it and go back in. The last thing I see dropped was the 19th, and that was the order granting leave to exceed page limit. Let me jump out of there real quick, and I will go back into it and see if it updates. Let's see here. I know that there's some other stuff that was dropped on the 19th. Authentication of records. Hold on here. Oh, hold on. This is interesting. Thank you, SRB. Maybe this is what you're talking about, Leslie. Hold on. Let me see if you guys can see that. I'll pull that fugue state up here in a minute, Cap. Let me get through this document here. Defendant's objection to state's motion in lemony self-authentication of records. Objects to the state provided a list containing terabytes of discovery in its motion for admission at trial based on an exception to the rule against hearsay. This is an example of the discovery practices the state engages in, which violate Mr. Koberger's right to due process and a fair trial. Mr. Koberger grounds his objection in the United States Constitution, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment, and the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 13. The state has not provided a specific record with a certificate of and affidavit. The state has promised certification in the future, but has failed to properly identify the record and how it falls within 803, 6 or 8. The Idaho Court of Appeals has said Rule 803.6, the business record exception to the hearsay rule, allows admission of a record or report if it was made and kept in the course of regularly conducted business activity. And if it was the regular practice of that business, I wish Annie was in here tonight. She understands this so well. To make the court report or record, State versus Hill, the provided list is not easily identifiable as to which records the state is referring to. Many of the records require foundation because the state has not supplied information to guarantee completeness and authenticity of the record. Is this what we're talking about, Leslie? Because there's another document in here. Did they reseal documents this afternoon? I do not believe so. Simply, I don't think they can do that without having a hearing. I'm not seeing dang dates on the docs. Tommy and Rory. I think the other two are still around, but I don't check. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm missing out conversations. I'm sorry. This is not it. Okay, because there's other documents here about the vehicle and stuff like that. So what were those documents referring to, Leslie? And I can find them. Daniel has it. There's a lot. There's a lot of different documents. So anyway, this is God. Where are you at when I need you, Annie? State admission and promise certificate as follows. The Linda Lane surveillance footage for November 13th, hard drive provided on April 5th of 22. The Linda Lane surveillance footage for November 13th provided on 4/5 of 22. Okay, these are two different video surveillances from Linda Lane is what this is. These surveillance videos contain the folder, are two videos from the same viewpoint. They are each 1 hour time block. Council has located in Discovery video clips of varying length with an approximate total of 12 and a half hours. I'm really surprised they're using the Linda Lane stuff. That's something. Who told it says who told. Who told what, Leslie? What do you mean, hon? The videos was made and kept in the course of regularly conducted business activity, and if it was regular practice of that business to make a report or record, no certification for this footage establishing the criteria record required exists. Okay. Oh, so these are all the surveillance videos they're talking about. Albertsons, Linda Lane. This video contains Mr. Koberger's father account records and purchase histories. There's a lot in here. The Amazon account for Mr. Koberger and his family. Which again, the whole family are together on that Amazon account, by the way, if nobody knew that. There was separate video of Linda. There were a separate video of Linda Lane. I don't know what you mean, Wisdom. Yeah, J Lord, Tommy and Roy are still doing stuff. Roy was just live yesterday. You're okay, Angel. Don't worry about it. This guy doesn't have his own Amazon account. No, they all shared that, Chris. The whole family was on that account when they looked into it. It's all of them. It still can tell who purchased what. Oh yeah, that's true too. Welcome, Carl. Good to see you, sir. Banner Bank. Yeah, these are all this is all surveillance video stuff here. LL, how does a PhD criminology student use a weapon he bought with his own account? What? Wait, hold on a minute. Yes, I do remember that, J Lord. Use a weapon he bought with his own account. What? Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what Leslie was referring to so I can get to that. I just don't understand it. Welcome, or El Bariq. All right, let me see here. What else? Okay, so what you're saying, Leslie, is it was referring to who told. What are you saying, hon? Exactly what? I'm a little lost. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it right, and I apologize that I'm not bringing out what you want me to. So what family member purchased a knife? I wonder. Well, they're saying that Brian did it. Okay, and it's damning, guys. That I gotta tell you, that's a damning piece of information. Very damning. They're stating that Brian Koberger purchased it's in here. Hold on. Purchased the K-bar knife with the sheath and a sharpening block. Thank you, Leslie. That'll work, hon. Very easy, much easier. Hold on. Confidential. Wait, confirmation.
I said that. It's funny because I said that 2.5 years ago. I says, when they were talking about the K-bar knife being purchased, I said, was there ever, when they did the warrant, for the house and everything,
right?
And I says, was there ever a knife sharpener found?
Right.
I said that numerous times, and everyone's like, "Why a knife sharpener?" And I said, because, somebody that's like anticipating doing something like that might want to, enjoy, sharpening the weapon. You know what I mean? Like, sounds odd, but I asked that like 2 years ago, and everyone just went over everyone's head. I said, it was a knife sharpener found, when they did the warrant, for the apartment in the house. I said, knife sharpener.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Usually something like that, like a K-bar, you would use a block. So I don't know if that's what he exactly ordered. I don't know if he used a block or one of those, those stick-on things that you just use your regular stuff for regular cooking, But yeah, it makes sense.
Hold on 1 minute here, Cap. Let me ask you guys: is Drunk Turkey live right now? You guys still? Anybody? I didn't see one either, because if I want to review something that Daniel put out, but I don't want to overlap him. I don't want to do that at all. He bought it before moving there. It was 8 months before. Okay, he's not live. Good. So yeah, this is something that Drunk Turkey Daniel put out here. I want to review this with you guys because I'm curious. And no, I didn't see the knife block either. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see what he's talking about, because it's interesting. Like I said, I don't know, but this is let me know how the audio is on this, of course, you guys. Again, footage is provided by Drunk Turkey. Thank you, Daniel. We appreciate you, what you do. And of course, if one of the mods could put Daniel's link in the chat, I would greatly appreciate that.
What we're going to talk about is, this one's good. This one's real good. This is the one we've been waiting for, guys. This is about 55 minutes into the show. This is the one we've been waiting for. This one is the Amazon click activity. Pro burgers, you might want to cover your ears and close your eyes. I'm sure you are.
I'm down to hear everything. I told you guys, if you can show me the stuff, let me see it.
Here are the facts of the case here. On November 13, 2022, law enforcement
responded to
SRB 1122 King Road in Moscow. 4 victims were found deceased with apparent stab wounds. The K-bar knife sheath with the United States Marine Corps USMC logo was found lying next to one of the victims. Brian Koberger's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on the scene. On April 26, 2023, the state applied for and was granted a search warrant for Brian Koberger's Amazon.com user activity. The search warrant directed law enforcement to seize from Amazon.com Brian Koberger's customer click activity pertaining to knives and accessories, payment methods used, details of items in carts to include all items added to the cart, all items removed or deleted from the cart, wish list or shopping baskets, all suggestions made to the account, all records regarding reviews by other Amazon users, viewed by Brian Koberger, advertising data devices used to connect the account, all account linked to the account. Whew, quite a bit of stuff right there. Search warrant was limited. Get this though. The search warrant was limited to March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022. So 10 days. And it was also limited between November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022. So, all right, I get maybe perhaps the second time around, right? Because that was around the time of the murders, although it is after as well. I wonder why. But the first one, why not look for it, for years, right?
So they centered this down into a 10-day period of time that they were looking for this, which tells me I would guess they have a reason to do that, a specific reason to do that. I bet you hear Daniel say, and he said it a lot. He already said it, Taylor. He does say that a lot. I do agree. He's like, we all have our things we say. So
go back 2 years and see if he's purchased it. Why be specific to those 10 days in March of 2022? You guys been crying that there's an informant out there, right? Well, guess what? You got your informant. You got your informant right here. They're the ones who somebody notified somebody or told somebody that Brian Koberger purchased a K-bar knife during that time.
Okay. So I'm guessing. All right, guys, let's break this down. I know what this is now. I see where you're going, Leslie. I understand why you were so okay. And I appreciate you putting this out, Daniel, because this is a direct point at something. Okay, this is saying you heard me say that this family shared this account, right? Hi, welcome, Mom. You heard me say that this family shared the account. So Daniel said, "Here's your confidential informant per se, or your whatever you want to call it." Okay, think about this. If this family shared this account, who could have informed them that he bought a knife before they went and looked into it? One of the two sisters, mom or dad? That's interesting. That's real interesting. Hang on. I'm going to let him play some more.
Now, it sounds like there was multiple users on this account. So who would have had some information like that? The Brian Koberger family. Remember, when they put out their statement, they have fully cooperated with law enforcement. Just want to remind you guys of that. The search warrant was limited to March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022, and November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022. On June 27, 2023, the Amazon.com provided law enforcement responsive data for the data requested for each of the above coverages. Okay, so let's go down real quick.
You know, guys, think back now about how they were sealing all this shit pretty serious to try and protect somebody or somebody's. Maybe this is it. I'm not saying this is actually truly fact. This is a good catch, Daniel. I'm going to say that much. Mom says there was an article, I think, a year ago about the K-Bar and Amazon of memory search. Yeah, they did put something out. I can't remember exactly either, but I think you're right on that. Hold on, guys. Bear with me. I'm trying to follow back on chat real quick. Hang on here. I understand. Okay. I'm catching everything. Not Dago, so he bought a knife. What do you mean, Rhea? Or Ray, sorry. Welcome, Fettuccine. Forget about it. Yeah. I mean, is it a sister? What about the sister who had her cell phone stolen? I don't know the relationship between him and his sisters. That's interesting. So, you guys are waking up my true crime monster. I hold you fully responsible. I am not ready for. We'll take care of you, Jay. Don't worry about it, hon. We will take care of you. Okay, so did a sister possibly say, "Hey, I noticed that my brother bought a knife. That could be a problem," and maybe went ahead and turned this in? I don't know about dad, but I could see the sisters. Then again, I don't know Michael. We don't know Michael. You know, if these people are good people and they said, we got we got to do the same thing. We got to do the right thing. If one of my kids did something like this, guys, I hate to say this, I love my kids, but I would have to say, step forward and do the right thing. Go, hey, I think my child was involved in this. This is not good. So I could get this, but I don't know. I don't know that this is true, that this happened, but it's interesting.
And here's what, let's talk about the narrowing out of that time frame, right? So it goes on to say here, the state narrowly tailored a search warrant for evidence regarding the crime scene of the homicide and burglary occurring at 1122 King Road. This included temporal limitations based on officers' investigation, which limited the search from March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022. Time it was known Brian Koberger purchased a K-Bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com. Where's the mic to drop it? Where's the mic? Because I have been arguing with people for a few days. Well, actually, I haven't been arguing. I've been ignoring people for the last few days who have come in and say, hey, show me on the documents where it said Brian Koberger purchased a K-bar knife. And my response initially was, and I just got tired of responding, was, well, if you go and look at the search warrants, what were they asking from Amazon? They were asking for K-bar knives and knife sheaths. Right? They weren't asking for rainbows and butterflies. They were asking for K-bar knives. And that's what they were looking for specifically. And they got a hit on Brian Koberger. Now, like I said, it don't take a genius to connect 2 + 2 there and equal that out to 4. But for some reason, some people can't figure that out. Well, here it is. It's in your face. Now, what are you going to do about it? He purchased a K-bar knife back in March of 2022. Like I have been saying for a long, long time.
And again, guys, agreed. That's damning. I said that earlier today. That is a damning piece of information. The man, and it was in the other document we looked at earlier this afternoon. The man bought the knife. I mean, it's there. Okay. What did he do with that knife afterwards? We don't know that. Did he buy it for his own personal use? Did he buy this because he was premeditating a murder? I don't know. Did he buy it for his own protection because he was traveling across the country and he was going to be, on his own? I get it. Woke up. I took it down. I know a lot of people have that issue, and I'm sorry. I just wanted to see it. Or did he buy it? Because there was also talk that he got a gift card too. Did he buy this to give as a gift to somebody? Did he buy it for himself and somebody stole it from him? Or did he buy it to use it in this murder? It can go any direction you look at it, you guys. What needs to happen now is they need to be able to take this and prove that this man bought this knife to commit this murder. What are we talking about? Issues with other streams. What's wrong? Did I miss something in here? If I did, I'm sorry. I'm looking. What do we got here? Hold on.
Pajamas. Yeah. We can wear something comfortable.
Wow. Really? Hold on now. And that, Peggy, I don't do that. Okay. I made that mistake the other night, accidentally, not thinking. Please don't say things like that, okay? That's kind of rude, and it's not something I do on purpose. I would never do. I always try to pay attention and respect other people. So, wow, okay. No, but she made a statement that I overlap you all the time, and I don't. I did that Tuesday, and I wasn't even thinking about it. It was because I was trying to make up for my Saturday show. And I apologize. It was never done on purpose. So again, but I don't do that all the time. Okay. I wouldn't do that. In fact, I've laid back from doing shows so that I don't do that on purpose. Either way. They prove he bought the knife. His motive for buying the knife is inconsequential. True. Yeah, it's okay, Angel. Hit the current message thing. That's all. Anyway, hold on, I have to move this here. There we go. I definitely try not to, that's for sure. Never ever on purpose. All right, so this is where we're at now. As I said earlier, and I think I said last night, if the man bought the knife, it's damning, folks. It makes me go, wait a minute, hold on. You bought a knife. You bought the knife, okay? That's pretty heavy. And I think a lot of us agree that's heavy. When you bought the knife, why did you buy the knife? Did you buy the knife because you were premeditating doing what you're going to do? Did you buy the knife for all these other options? Like I said, guys, I'm not trying to stick up for him. Peggy, it's fine. I didn't want that to be anybody to think I was doing something like that on purpose. That's all. You don't have to apologize. It is. I know it's a reach, guys, and I know people are going to go, "Oh my God, you're looking for any excuse." I'm not. I'm saying if Brian Koberger bought this knife, nobody knows what was going on in his mind when he bought it at this point. Did he buy it because he was going to do this? Did he buy it because it was a gift for somebody? Did he buy it and for himself, and then it was either stolen or somebody sent me something earlier, and I don't know if this is true, guys. If anybody knows about this, you show me and bring me proof on this, because I want to see this. Supposedly in September, Brian went to law enforcement and said something about a knife that he had that was misplaced. That was in September of that year. If anybody knows what I'm talking about and you've heard this or you've seen this, I want somebody to show me that so I can see that, because at this point I've never heard that before. Okay. But truly, if that's out there on a document, I want to see that, because again, this is damning. It's very damning. And if that's that could be the nail right there in the coffin, folks. I gotta agree with that. Yeah, I heard somewhere, somebody said it in chat earlier in my earlier show, that in sometime in September of 22, that he was talking with law enforcement or something like that and said that there was a knife he owns that was misplaced. He doesn't know where it is. That's what it was said in the chat. If that's true, if that exists somewhere on a document, I want to see it. Other than that, I can't go with it, okay? Because it's just hearsay and word of mouth or something somebody made up, whatever. Planting the seed, and see, that could be it too, Chris. Planting the seed for when the knife isn't in his possession. That's true. That's a good point, bro. But these people were murdered by a knife, regardless of why but yes, that's very true, Josie. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. The biggest part of this whole thing is to prove that this man did this with this knife. He bought the knife. What else is there at that point? That very well could be what the prosecution is going with. He went on Amazon and bought a knife. The knife that the sheath was found for, because there's no murder weapon yet. They have not found, nor have they provided, knowing for a fact that the K-bar did the damage, okay? You're okay, Tandy. You don't have to go sit in the corner, please. And this definitely creates a problem for the defense, okay? So I'm curious to see how the defense reacts to this. Because that's what I just said, Mom. If there's documentation of this, I want to see that. Otherwise, I can't say that this is anything that ever happened. It's got to be either somebody made that up to fit their own narrative. You know what I mean? But if there is, how would we know what he discussed with Ellie? Is there a police report about misplaced? That's what I'm saying. If there's a document of this, I want to see it. If not, it's not true as far as I'm concerned. Because somebody put that in my chat earlier today, and I'm like, wait a minute, I've never heard that before. That's new to me, as of today. And so, bring me the document that shows that this happened, and we'll talk about it. Otherwise, it doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. Where'd it go? Yes, very much so. Could be anyone. They were stuck on this young man being the murderer. Could be. The purchase or click on advertisement took place in March of 21. Correct. I do believe it was 8 months. I know they said it was 8 months before he even arrived there. So. Yeah, that's what I said. The first part of it. Yeah, it's okay. Daniel's reading from the document. Right. No. I agree. That's why I said it's very damning, Leslie. The man, it's in the document. The man bought the knife. That's like the most damning piece of information we've had at this point. Besides the fact that their DNA is on the sheath, the man in question bought the knife. Where do you go from there? Okay.
There I go.
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Please go. I'm waiting to hear.
What about the search that he did for the replacement after the murders? for the knife.
I didn't see that. I don't know that that's a thing. I've heard a lot of people talk about that he was he searched to purchase another one to replace. I don't know.
Yeah, like a replacement. I don't know. It's alleged and all that. I don't know. But it was mentioned a bunch of times, so I'm not sure about it. I'm just asking. That's all.
I didn't see. No. I heard that today. I haven't seen that document where it stated that.
That's very damning. If it's explored and
100%
proven.
it is. It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
it's
if that were, I think Tomboy said that she said that she saw that didn't happen, but it's okay. If the man were to go, see, first off, let me put this out there, okay? And I said this earlier in our show earlier, if this man has the knowledge he has, going to Amazon and buying a murder weapon for a murder you're premeditating is the dumbest thing you can do, knowing that they will find this. And did you really do this with what you know? Okay, did you really do this? Then if that whole replacement to buy a replacement thing, that's even worse. It's hard to believe that you could be dumb enough to do something like this. That's all I'm saying. So I didn't say nothing about you earlier. You had said that he didn't try to buy a replacement, Tomboy. Remember that was talked about, and you said he never tried to buy a replacement. There's a snip floating around Twitter about a replacement, but it's a screenshot, so I don't know. I haven't seen that either. What document is that in? Do we know what document that whole thing is in? Is it in the Amazon Click document? LL said it's the same doc for warrants for Amazon. Searched and clicked them. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Yep, it was all okay, hold on. I'll pull that up then, guys. 1 second. I will bring it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm saying either way. I'm not accusing anyone or saying anything. I'm just it was mentioned a bunch of times, and I just wanted to see if that was true. That's all. If anybody knew in chat or anything, that's all.
No, you're right. 100%. That's what we're doing here, bud.
That guy, I'd rather talk Bigfoot, but this is good though. It's okay.
No, we will. That's actually going to be one of our Saturdays coming up. I want to get a little more in depth into that stuff, the Bigfoot stuff, because I haven't really touched on that a whole lot. Not as much as I want.
This Kohlberger Idaho 4 gives you a headache.
I mean, it does.
A little more fun.
It does. Yeah, it does. But it's something I'm just so enthralled with knowing the truth behind. You know what I'm saying? That's my big issue with it.
Absolutely.
I just want to know the truth, and I want to make sure, like I said, that these kids get the real justice they deserve. Because just like Jeff said earlier today, if they put the wrong man or convict the wrong man, they're not helping anybody. That's not real justice for the victims if it's the wrong person. If it's him, if he did it, good.
No,
then everything played out. You know what I mean?
No, not the families don't even want the wrong person convicted. I'm sure.
I would hope not. No, I agree.
No, they want the right person where they're supposed to be, and the right punishment and
absolutely
justice served, and they can move on finally.
That's what I'm wanting too, so that these people can. Because I still feel, and I said this a long time ago, I don't believe that they've been able. At least they can solve his family. I don't believe they've been able to grieve appropriately because Steve has been fighting. And Christy, for that matter, has been fighting like forever. Hold up.
You can't grieve with no conclusions. You can't even grieve or have any closure or anything. You'll never have closure, but any part of closure, you'll never have it.
Yeah, you can't.
But I feel for the families. I really do. I feel for the families. I think, I feel sad for them for finding out news on News Nation and CNN before they actually get it from LE.
Amen to that one. Yes, sir.
But I don't like that. But that's my opinion.
Not to mention all this stuff that they've probably heard on. Here we go. I found it here. I think. All the stuff that they have heard on social media, so on and so forth. So yeah, agreed, bub. I agree with that. they should be able to agree the way they should be able to agree the right way, and I don't think they have. That's just my opinion, of course, but okay, here we are. Let me go back to the top of this again. Wait, which one is this? Rule does not apply. Sorry, guys. I was already reading through this. So this is the Amazon click activity evidence at trial. So I'm not going to read this whole thing again. I'm going to get to that part. Okay. April 26th of 23, the state applied for and was granted the search warrant for Brian's Amazon.com user activity. The search warrant was amended by Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall, May 8th of 2023, to correct a Scrivener's error. Amended search warrant dated May 8th of 23, attached to State's Exhibit S2. We know all that. Okay. Welcome, everybody that's here, even the people that aren't in chat. Thank you so much, guys. Please hit that like button so we can put this in the algorithm. I do appreciate you all so very much for joining us, and share this out if you would. Again, Cap, thanks for joining me up here tonight. I appreciate you. So let me get back down here. Here we go. The search warrant was served May 10th. Affidavit attached to State's Exhibit S2 on June 27th of 23. Amazon.com provided law enforcement responsive data for the dates requested for each of the above categories. This evidence was provided to the defendants, and that's a video file. It looks like July 12th of 23. The state disclosed Shane Cox's litigation and regulatory manager to law enforcement response LER for Amazon as a witness for the above evidence. As articulated in the disclosure, it is the state's position that Shane Cox's testimony is not expert testimony pursuant to Idaho Rules 701. However, so they're denying that that's an expert testimony. Out of an abundance of caution, the state disclosed Mr. Cox as an expert pursuant to Idaho 702 and 03. The state made the strategic decision solely to ensure that the state was not precluded from calling Mr. Cox as a witness if the court subsequently made the determination that his testimony is based on specialized knowledge. And because of Miss Tandy, I'm going to be reading the footnotes more. So state's response to defendant's motion in limine re-excluding, that's not a footnote, sorry. But I will be reading those. Thank you, Tandy, for putting that in my head. On March 14th of 25, and in response to okay, the argument here is the defendant primarily relies on Idaho Rules of Evidence 106 as the basis for his motion to exclude the Amazon click history. Okay, so under IRE 801 is defined as oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct that the person intended it as an assertion. Examples of related writings or recorded writings related to IRE 106 include number one, transcript of defendant's taped interview. I would love to see that. And then a victim's interview, so on and so forth. Defendant's statement recorded on police officer body cam. I would like to see that too. Defendant cites that Idaho Supreme Court's ruling in Ogden regarding the reasoning for the adoption of Rule 106 completeness doctrine. As the court is well aware, Stephen Hippler was presiding judge. Ogden was a felony drug case. The evidence is at issue. The officer's body-worn video fell under the purview of 106. Not purview. The state is awaiting additional information from Amazon that the state understands will clarify that the extent AI is incorporated into Amazon's system. AI does not create a user's actual inquiry. States are okay. So here's what I'm wondering, you guys. I know for a fact that if I buy something through Amazon, at some point, it's going to show it again. Okay, it shows it more than it'll show that and things related to that again after I buy it. So are they misunderstanding the fact that Amazon likes to re-advertise? I've even gotten things that says, would you like to purchase this again? Has that been misunderstood as that he went back in and tried to buy another one? Okay, that's all I'm saying. And I'm just curious. Yeah, pattern, right. Exactly. It's pattern buying and pattern sales. Let me see something here. Making sure I'm trying to catch up with the cat chat, you guys. So I don't.
I'm sorry. I got to step down for a minute.
Do what you got to do, boss. You're good.
All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I always appreciate having you here. Okay, we all feel for the victims, but we also feel for BK's family as well. Let's hope that he's not a victim of corrupt judicial system. That's a very good point there, Tanny. That's all that I'm trying to do. Because again, like I said, if this man is not the right one, this is not justice. It's really not. It doesn't help anybody, just like Jeff was saying. Would that not be a history? See, it could be, Mom. That's the thing. You can get, well, it's already proven that he bought one knife. That's not an issue anymore, okay? And that's very damning information. So it's only going to review, from my opinion, like I know because of the toys and stuff that I bought through Amazon. If I go to Amazon, as soon as I go there, it's showing me the things that I purchased already. And, you know, would you like to buy this again? And it shows me things that are like that I've already purchased. So, for instance, if he purchased a K-bar knife, other things that are in that same niche or realm will pop up in there to advertise to sell that too. And it says stuff like, also, this person also bought this with, you know, when they bought that, or you can do this. So, Tomboy says it's purchases only, right? And Alicia said only what? Yeah, you guys are right there. You guys are right. Tomboy said she called and asked. So there you go. I constantly get some stuff showing up and I get loads. Lots of related crap too. Right. So that's what I'm saying. So looking for a replacement could or would be a carded item. Oh, no. Hold on. No. What I'm saying is that what they thought was him looking for a replacement could be mistaken as that showing up from something that was carded before. Am I making any sense? That am I saying this right or no? It's hard to explain things sometimes. I'm sorry, guys. I have ADHD too, so it's rough to get my brain to work right. Okay, Tomboy's saying no, that's not correct. So am I? Yeah, maybe I'm reading it or not understanding it. Mom's looking for a replacement could or would be a carded item. No. Looking for a replacement is looking for a replacement. They're saying that's what they're saying that they believe he did. What I'm saying, I think it could be, because it just doesn't make sense. Why would you buy another one? What I think they're using this for is to make it look like he tried to purchase another. What I think happened is because he bought one, and now it automatically shows that and other things like it that shows up when they went to his search history and it, or his click, whatever you call that. And that's why they're saying that. That's what I'm trying to say. But that would not be clicked history. I'm not 100% what you mean, Mom. I'm right in layman's terms. Thank you. I'm trying to be. Click history and carded items are two. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. They're two different things. So, okay, if he put something in his cart to buy it, I've done this because I know this. And then didn't. It may refer back to that, but it mostly goes, what Tomboy was saying is it only brings that up after you've already purchased that thing, which is very true. I see it happen with my Amazon. I hope so, guys. I don't mean to be confusing if I am. I'm really trying to be like right with this. Or saved later option. The whole point is I do not believe. I know he bought one. That's proven in documents. But I don't think he went back looking for another one. I just don't. I understand they are two different things. Does the document show which it was? That's what I'm not understanding, Mom. That's what I'm trying to get to. Further in this case, the evidence at issue is complete. The defendant, here we go, I think. The defendant argues that the data the state has disclosed to the defendant is extremely narrow. When compared to the more inclusive and broad warrants and subpoenas, defense motion at 2, but this argument is incorrect. To confirm the state has disclosed, here it is. This argument is incorrect. To confirm the state has disclosed the defendant all data, including clickstream data. that Amazon has produced in this case. The state narrowly tailored a search warrant for evidence regarding crimes of homicide or burglary occurring at 1122 King Road. This included temporal limitations based on the officer's investigation, which limited the search from March 20th of 22 through March 30th in that 10-day period. Thank you so much, Leslie. And you didn't mess anything up. God bless. I appreciate that so much, dear. At the time, it was known that Brian purchased the K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com in November 1st of 22 through December 6th, 22. Time right before and after the homicides. Kohberger's entire click history items not related to knives and accessories was not relevant. Okay, here we come. They really did put some word salad here. Okay, that's what this is all about. You know how they write these things, you guys. It was not relevant. Without any legal basis, the defendant claims the state cherry-picked specific clicks or purchases out the Amazon click history. This is simply not true unless you consider seeking only items of evidentiary value. Cherry-picking irrelevant click activity on Kohberger's account would not provide any relevant context to... Hold on. State's response to defendant's motion. Okay, anyway, Kohberger's actual... Okay, here we go. Sorry. Would not provide any relevant context to Kohberger's actual click activity, i.e. purchase of a K-bar knife with sheath before the murders, and his click activity indicating a search for a knife with sheath after the murders. Are we understanding this now? I wish you would join me, Tomboy. You have a way better way of explaining these things. Yes, Peggy, it does give you a headache at times. Using words like cherry picking, you hiding something in mine eyes. I got you. So click activity was he clicked on the item. No, that's what they're saying is wrong, Mom. They're basically saying they believe that he clicked on this after the murders to repurchase one. And that's not what happened. Okay, what they're saying, and that's what I was arguing a little bit earlier, trying to make an argument for, is that because he purchased the first one, when they went into the account, they could see that it popped up that Amazon was trying to sell him another one. Okay. And they took that and said that was because they kind of turned it and said that he was looking at it again after the murders happened. That's what they're saying, and that's what's not true. Does that make sense now? And didn't click on it, right? So no, he didn't try to replace the knife or buy another one. And that's part of what this big deal is. It's known, and we do know, there's no denying, the man bought the first knife, okay? And again, that's very damning, and that could be a nail in a coffin, in my opinion, guys. I'm telling you. All they need to do now is prove what he did with it, okay? That needs to be proven. Okay, wait a minute. She said no, because I don't understand how it is in a document on the screen, but not. That's what the document is saying, Mom. They're arguing. I can't think of another way to explain this. It's so hard to read this stuff sometimes. Back here, it says, hold on a minute. Kohberger's entire click history, items not related to knives and accessories, was not relevant without any legal basis. The defendant claims the state cherry-picked specific clicks or purchases on the Amazon click history. That's what this is saying, okay? the defense is writing this document stating that the prosecution went in and they looked and cherry picked. I know you know what that means. Specific searches and or click history on this, okay? And they're trying to say that when Brian went back in and tried to buy another one, basically. But what it was they were saying that it was a new, like a new search, and it was based on his previous click history. Maybe that sounds better. From when he purchased it, Mom. Okay. Like when he purchased it, it goes into the system. It remembers that. And I've done this 100 times with my stuff because I collect G.I. Joe figures. Okay. So what happened was the man bought the knife. There's no discounting that. Whenever he bought it, 2 years or a year before he bought it. So what happens then is when they went in and searched his Amazon account, they see that there it is. There's a whole thing there that's a new K-bar knife thing. Because every time somebody comes back into that account since that knife was bought, it's going to advertise it again. Would you like to buy this again? And that's where they're saying that the prosecution's cherry picking specific things because of that. That's all. Hey, Joanne. And thank you, SRB. Is the defense dropped yesterday with the timestamp still available? Also, is the text messages with the timestamp still unsealed? I'm at work. I can't see. They were this morning, Joanne. Yeah, everything was still open this morning. Yeah, and Moonlit says, yeah, every time I get on Amazon, it wants me to purchase more Dominican Republic vanilla. Exactly. Same with me, because I collect the G.I. Joes and I bought them through there. Every time I go to Amazon and look at it, I could probably do it right now and show you guys. It'll show me another action figure or another toy, okay? Hold on a second here. Let me see something. See? Right there. And right there. And right there. Because those are the things that I buy. Now, if I were to put this in here, if I were to buy that knife, as soon as I go to Amazon, it's going to show up in here and show me other things that are just like that, as well as that same knife. So what the prosecution was doing is they went to his account and said, see, look, it's showing the K-bar knife here again, so on and so forth. That's because he already purchased it. And they're re-advertising it to him to try to sell it to him again. What they said, though, was that, oh, he must have went in here because this shows your search history, okay? And the things that you've looked into. In turn, they go in here and say that they was trying to buy another one. That's what's not true. That's what the defense was arguing here. Sorry, guys. He purchased that knife 8 months before the murders happened, Josie. Like when I was looking at Chris. Barika said, that's why Judge Hitler said, if you buy a TV with the same credit card delivered to the same house. Bingo. There you go. That it makes sense now, Mom. I know I'm not explaining it the best way. You know I'm not good with words. Public service announcement, since we're talking about phone spying, the past week I had Meta and various names steal over 300. Oh my God. Jesus, Lord. J Lord, that's horrible. I hope you got that fixed. I've been through that before. I don't think you understand what I'm asking. Does the document say click history or search history? Hold on. That's what they're saying, though, is that... Just a minute. I'll bring it back up. Where did it go down? Where'd it go? There it is. The document is saying click history, and they're arguing that it's not. That's what this document is. Back up. I'm getting a headache. I'm straining too hard to figure this out. Let me find it where it went. Specific clicks are per. Okay. Here we go. Without any legal basis, the defendant claims the state cherry-picked specific clicks or purchases out of the Amazon click history. Is that what you're asking, Mom? Welcome, Terry. Yeah, it's Amazon click history. And that's what they did, is they went in, they looked at, obviously he clicked on it when he bought it to get to it, okay? And he's saying it's out of the click history. Right here, Mom. Right there. Sorry. Oh, shit. What did I just do? Damn it. Okay, there we go. Sorry. And it says even in the footnote that they're still waiting on Amazon to provide them more information about that stuff. It's a knife, Mikey. A knife. It's a knife. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought it said, history, which means he clicked on the item. Originally, yes, he did. The first time when he bought it. That's what the whole argument's about, Mom. The first time he clicked on it when he bought it, it didn't happen a second time, is what the argument is. It never happened a second time. It was because when they went in there, it come up automatically. That's what the whole thing is being argued over. That's what this was all about. I have no idea, J-Lord. That's a whole other story. Guys, I'm telling you, this is damning. The fact that the man bought the knife is damning as hell to me. It says you bought the knife, and they found the sheath of the same knife at the scene. That's a problem, y'all. Okay. So, like I said the whole time, if there's proof that's given that this man did this, it is what it is. Now, like I said, what we got to figure out, what needs to be figured out, because that could be how his DNA ended up on there, of course. But did he sell the knife? Did he keep the knife? Was the knife stolen from him? Was it a gift to somebody else? Right, that's what I thought she was asking too, Terry. And that's not what happened. The state is trying to say that he did that, and the defense is saying that's not what he did. It's just because he purchased it once, it showed up again. And they thought that he clicked on it. That's not what they're saying happened. Oh, right, Joanne. It is, Donald. It's a big deal. It's probably, I'll be honest with you, it's probably the most damning piece of evidence, even beyond the DNA on the knife sheath that's been put out. Did he buy the same sheath that matched the found one? The one found? No, there was no purchase, LR. That's insane, Dark Fae. That's what I gathered, Mom, because they're talking about the guy up through here, the expert. Where'd his name go? Is it Shane something? It's probably going to be the one to testify to that. Yeah, that's what they're going to say. Or that's what they should be explaining, I should say. Yes. Deeper? What do you mean by deeper, ma'am? Oh, wait a minute. Did I miss something else here? Or deeper? Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. Explain the difference, or deeper explain the data that was taken from. Yes. Yeah. That's what the expert witness is for that testimony. Agreed. And that's something else. If it were to come out, if that was a whole thing, that he tried to buy another one, what'd you do with the first one? Okay, that's a problem. But like I mean, this is damning as hell. It is getting deep. I agree with you, and I've been saying since day one, show me something. This is something, but at the same time, I'm not going to jump to conclusions yet. Okay, this is where the prosecution is going to have to prove that the man bought the knife and went and committed the murder with it. Okay, that's what they do. Or did the man buy the knife and give this to one of his students as a gift? Did he? Well, no, because he bought it 8 months beforehand. So that doesn't make sense. Was it a gift that was to be given to his dad or somebody else? I don't know. But it's a little crazy. That piece of information is really, it's crazy. What I don't understand though is the other things that point away from him. Okay. So this is probably the biggest piece of evidence that I've seen that makes me go, okay, hold on. But then if you take that and you look at the other stuff that's pointing away, why is it pointing away from him? That's what's confusing with this, okay? I'm still on the fence. Even with that, I'm still on the fence at this point. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chris. and yeah, guys, I'm not making any decisions on this. I'm not going to do that until the trial comes. I'm just trying to figure out some things. And like I said, the stuff that we've talked about in regards to Dylan and Bethany, like I said, I just want to understand. I do. I want to understand how this all happened and why and stuff like that. The questions. It's no way near accusing them of anything because I don't think they did anything. They definitely didn't take part in what happened to this kids by any means, in my opinion, at least. I've never ever thought that. And I know they were traumatized. I just don't understand with the trauma and the how terrified they were, which we talked about earlier today. How they just sat on social media for hours. I don't get that, you know. You didn't reach out to anybody to get any kind of help, and it just bugged me. This all came out a while back, right? I never heard this before. Wait. Guys, did we hear anything about a knife being? I think we did maybe hear anything about a knife, but now it's in documents. Yeah. Okay. Well, defense are still saying Cyber is going to prove Brian's car and phone were never in Moscow. And he will. That's what they showed, that whole thing, and that's what he's going to come out and talk about. Hey, Jeff, welcome back, buddy. I'm not leaning anyway now, Jeff. I'm sitting straight up now because that caught my attention. Before that document or that piece of information was there, I was leaning to the innocent side, okay? And now I'm sitting straight up and down because my attention is caught again because it doesn't make sense. And it's a very interesting piece. It's obviously real. You can't fake that, okay? So it's something that has my attention, yes. How do you think Ann Taylor took the news when she first learned of the K-bar that BK bought? She must have known. I would think so, too. And she's still doing her job, though. That's her job, Jeff. You know how that goes. My dad collects knives, and we get him one as a gift every year. Does that make him No, Terry, and that's what I said. It could have been a gift. It's just really ironic that it's the same damn knife that the sheath shows up at the scene of the crime. It's kind of a you know, things that make you go It was in an article. I have the article before it was pulled down. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know. I didn't know. I've heard things, but you know how that goes. When you hear rumors, you don't want to take it as real until you find out for a fact. So that's a fact. That's a big. We've talked about that before, J Lord, with other people about other things. They don't have the empathy, the emotion, and the want to like the care for other people anymore. It's a big deal. And yes, Peggy, they have to have all that stuff 100%. Why? Does that have some importance or something to it, Mom, that I'm not getting? You know that I don't process things like quickly. So if it doesn't, I missed it. I didn't mean to. Is there some kind of importance to that? Is all I was asking. Terry's got a good question. In the documents, does it say the sheath that BK bought has the Marine logo on it? That does have. That is a good question. Hold on. I swear I saw that the last time we looked at this document, but let me see. Wait, where's it at? Is it in this? Is it in this document, you guys? I don't deal in rumors. I try to right. That's why I said if it did, I probably didn't pay attention to it. Until now because it's in a document. Oh, they have definitely have caused divides. That's an absolute fact. The 7-inch K-bar that I bought has. Wait, hold on. Good point. Thank you, Mom. And you know what? I knew that already because I did it earlier. See, guys, my brain is not quick. I'm sorry. Are you gonna let me do this again? I just did this earlier. Control F. It's not working. Come on. Do I need to go? What am I? Oh, there it is. There it is. Right there. Attached. 4 victims were found deceased with. No, this is not it. Yeah, this just explains that's what was that where that was found. So I got to go back to the document that actually says that he bought it. I don't know that there's serial numbers or not, Stitches. I'm not 100% sure. Isn't this is the document that says it? I thought, but it says the one found by the body is not the one bought. Yeah, that's what I thought. At least I can't remember what document that's on. I have to go back and find it. I don't see it in here. Hold on, guys. Let me go back to the other documents and see if it's in there. One moment. And again, I still can't put past the other DNA that's there. That's another issue that goes along with this too. 1 second. None at all. I appreciate it. I like reading these documents. Like I said, I just want to get to the truth on all of this. Truly. Okay, that's the only thing that says anything about the DNA or about Amazon. So it's got to be this same thing here. It's in this document, I thought. And that thing that Daniel pulled up, it's the same damn document. Why don't I see it in here? Okay. Okay, here's another piece of that too, Mom, for what you were talking about. That was at the top that I didn't get to look at. But anyway, you know what? Let me do this. Hold on a minute. I have an idea. Thank you to Miss Leslie. 1 second, y'all. Bada bang, bada boom.
Next one we're going to talk about is, this one's good. This one's real good. This is the one we've been waiting for, guys. This is about 55 minutes.
Hang on.
This is the one we've been waiting for. This one is the Amazon click activity. Prover.
This will show it right here. Yeah, a K-bar knife sheath with a United States Marine Corps USMC logo was found lying next to the. That's the one. Yeah, that's the question that was being asked, right? Please tell me yes. Is that the question? It only showed it that I did that too, Mom. Thank you. And I lost it though, but I got it now. Here it is. That was the question that was asked if it had the USMC logo on it, right? Now let's go forward here. Hold on. I was told only Marine issued knives had the logo. Maybe that, yeah. No, that's true. It's gotta. I don't think you can do that. It has to be the ones that the USMC put out, right? We know that the logo did she have the logo. We know that one had the logo. So did he have the logo put on? The K-bar that I bought off Amazon came with a sheath. Did it have that USMC logo on it, Jeff? Yeah, you can get them from the Army surplus stores, like Mickey's Army Navy. We have here sells them. They do sell a generic version of them. I've seen that is not. It looks like that. It doesn't say USMC on it though. Okay, so then it could have been purchased on it. It could not have been purchased on Amazon. It's possible that it wasn't. Yes, absolutely. But we have this document, so that's the problem. That's it. That answers the question. You want me to put that back up, Mike? Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, it does. But I just want to make sure that's the question that somebody asked earlier. It says that that says that it was found lying next to the body. Right. And that's what I'm looking. So that was not the question. And the question was the one that he bought. Did it say USMC on it? Okay. Hold on.
One of the victims. Brian Koberger's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on the scene. On April 26, 2023, the state applied for and was granted a search warrant for Brian Koberger's Amazon.com user activity. The search warrant directed law enforcement to seize from Amazon.com Brian Koberger's customer click activity pertaining to knives and accessories, payment methods used, details of items in carts to include all items added to the cart, all items removed or deleted from the cart, wish list or shopping baskets, all suggestions made to the account, all records regarding reviews by other Amazon users viewed by Brian Koberger. Quite a bit of stuff right there. Search warrant was limited. Get this though. The search warrant was limited to March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022. So
hold on. It's coming up here in a second, Terry.
10 days come around, right? You know, because that was around the time of the murders, although it is after as well. I wonder why. But the first one, you know, why not lose an informant out there, right? Well, guess what? Informant right here. They're the ones who somebody that Brian Koberger purchased a K-bar knife during that time. Now, it sounds like there was multiple users on this account. The Brian Koberger family. Remember, when they put out their statement, they have fully cooperated with law enforcement. Just want to remind you guys of that. The search warrant was limited to 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022. On June 27, 2023, the Amazon.com provided law enforcement responsive data for the data requested for each of the above coverages. Okay, so let's go down real quick. And here's what, let's talk about the narrowing out of that time frame, right? So it goes on to say here, the state narrowly tailored a search warrant for evidence regarding the crime scene of the homicide and burglary occurring at 1122 King Road. This included temporal limitations based on officers' investigation, which limited the search from March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022. Time it was known, Mike, to drop it. Where's the mic? Because Ann Sharpener from Amazon just a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener.
Okay, it doesn't say anything here. It says Brian Koberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com. It doesn't say anything about the USMC stamp on that one. But, I mean, it's the same thing in my opinion, right? Same knife. You know what I mean? It says it right there. Brian Koberger purchased a in an officer's investigation, which limited the search from 28/22 through March 30th, 22. Time it was known that Brian Koberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com in November 1st of 22 through December 6th. I can't see that, but that it says that he purchased it, but it doesn't say that had the stamp on it. But I mean, I would imagine it does. Am I wrong, you guys? Yeah, that's the one from Amazon. Now, I don't know that Amazon sells one like this that doesn't have the USMC stamp on it. That's it right there. Okay, and that's what it looks like. There's the stamp. And they're stating that that's the one that they found next to the body. So that has to be the one. I believe it was delivered to his parents' house because that's where he ordered it from 8 months before the crimes were committed. That's what the knife looks like, yes. That's the sheath that was found next to the body. What do you mean, no, it isn't? Wait, it does not say what? What did I miss now? Hold on. Does it ever say where it was delivered though? I thought it would said in there that it was delivered to his parents' house 8 months prior to the murders. That's not true? Okay, then I need to know that that's not true. Okay, so Tomboy's saying it does not say that. Then where the hell did I hear that at then? And what do you mean, no, it isn't, Terry? What are you saying? Are you talking about this too or no? Okay, that is huge. If it does not say, they sure said it when they described it next to the body. Oh, you mean if it doesn't say that it said USMC on it? Okay. I gotcha. And it also doesn't show proof that he actually bought it, just the state's words. Well, that is another thing too, guys. We haven't actually seen a receipt. There's been no receipt showing that this was purchased. It's just in a document that, like Tomboy said, that the state says they found. You know, I mean, I can't. I don't know. Are they allowed? Is the prosecution allowed to put something out like that in a trial if it's not true? That's my question. So, are you saying that every K-bar knife sheath has a USMC seal? If it's this one, then yes, it does. There are, I said this earlier too, Terry. There are others that look, there's what do you call those guys? Like copycat type things that they make that looks just like this that does not say USMC on it. I've seen them. Last year or the year before when we started looking into this knife and stuff for the case, they have one that's identical to this without all of that stamp and everything on it. It's like a generic version of it. It's word salad. They can get away with. Oh, really though? Because it's a false statement. Yeah, the imitation. That's what I was looking for, Chris. Imitation. The imitation ones do not have that stamp on it. No connection between BK and the victims. Well, and that's true. That has been proven already. I'm wondering about the legality of the owner of the Amazon account and the credit card used to purchase the K-bar being responsible for the purchase. Like you need ID to collect a package. I mean, not really, because I get stuff delivered all the time, or I used to, I should say. And there was nothing. Go footnotes. Hey, evidence room. Go to the doc footnotes. It says this click history Amazon shared family account with a few days in March and a few days in November, plus witness testimony plus financial records equals proof. I'm sorry. Hold on, let me pull this part down. And this here. And put the document back up. Sorry, y'all. Give me one moment, please. Please have patience with me. There's a lot to this too, you guys. So, I mean, you know. Excuse me. Where are you at, Mama Bear? I pinned this in my chat. So, boom. There we go. And boom. And 1 second here. Let me pull it back up. Go up here. Nope, wrong thing. Oh my God, Dago, what are you doing? There we go. Control F. Amazon. There it is. Okay. Let's go back to that now. But then let me put it on screen for you guys again. Evidence room says. All right, here we go. Now, footnotes. One of them says the state is awaiting additional information from Amazon that the state understands will clarify that the extent AI is incorporated into Amazon's system. AI does not create a user's actual inquiry. Okay. Now on down here, is there more footnotes to this? Oh. The defendant argues that Amazon's recommendation system influences what users see and click on. So this is what I was explaining earlier. Defense motion at 3, but this purported use of AI technology is not relevant. Even if an algorithm might suggest certain products to a customer, I should have just read this in the first place. The algorithm would not cause a customer to repeatedly and over the course of several days browse web pages relating to K-bar knives, sharpeners, and sheaths. Also, is that the defendant touches on the issue of identifying the account user, making this is what you were talking about, huh? Making the Amazon search inquiries as shown by the click activity. Defendant's motion at page 4. The state recognizes that the identity of the user making the inquiries is relevant, and the state intends to rely not only on the click activity, but also other circumstances to connect the defendant to the original knife purchase and subsequent search inquiries for a replacement knife and or sheath. This will include the defendant's financial activities, the click activities, vice, other activities, such as the homicides, a related purchase activity connected only to the defendant, and testimony from a witness with knowledge that the defendant purchased a K-bar knife. Is that what you were referring to, evidence room? Let me see. What are you talking about? 300 laps. Welcome. D said, wait, what? Angel DC. This is why I just be dumb and act like a smartass. If I ever try to say something remotely intelligent, everyone gets me all wrong. What are you talking about? I understand you. You're getting me wrong. What are you trying to say, Angel? No, I mean, if I am given access to your Amazon account and I buy something, get it delivered to your house, I'm not responsible. You are for giving me access to your Amazon account. Okay. What is your point by that, though, Angel? Okay, but if you went and bought a knife for the purposes of killing somebody on somebody else's Amazon account, you got to be held responsible for that. Is that what you're saying, or am I misunderstanding you? Okay, you don't have to have IDs to accept Amazon packages because they get dropped off constantly. There were other knives that were taken from the PA house, D. Yeah, that's fact. Not this kind, but another type. That's how they can find out who purchased it. Okay. Computer forensics will tell them who bought the knife, right? I need to start looking at the footnotes a lot more. That's true. If it doesn't fit, you must have quit, right? What's also sad is all the time wasted on K-Bar. Nobody know if a F and K-Bar was the murder. See, that's my problem. I've said that before. And a lot of people have made the absolute assumption that because they found a K-Bar knife sheath, that the weapon absolutely was a K-Bar knife, period. That could be completely wrong, you guys, because you very well could put a different kind of knife in that sheath, so on and so forth. You know, the big deal is now that they have proof that the man bought the knife. That's an issue. But so they need this. They need this. Financial records plus witness testimony to infer proof of purchase. It's still circumstantial, but also if I'm going to murder someone, I'm not buying. Right. That was my whole point, evidence room. I said, this man has the knowledge that he has. Okay. He's going to school for this stuff. The first thing you're going to do is buy a knife on a place that can absolutely be figured out right away like that. That makes no sense to me. That just doesn't have any commonsensical value to it. Did I just make any sense by what I said to you guys? Truly, because if you're planning to murder somebody and you're building this whole thing up of a premeditation to this, you're going to buy the weapon from Amazon where the whole world can find that you bought it? I don't get that. Welcome, Karen. Thank you, SRB. I would like to see that, or know the results, Chris, to know that for sure. If it was, all the same knife. Evidence said exactly. Okay, I hope that was towards me. I don't know. If you purchase something off of someone else's Amazon and it delivered to my address, you're responsible as it was your purchase. That's what I thought. That's kind of what I thought with that. And I thought about the golf club situation too. I said that a couple years ago because they took the golf clubs, guys. That made me wonder, was a golf club used? Okay. Moscow PD originally said K-Bar style knife. That doesn't mean it was a K-Bar, which is true. It could have been one that looks just like, there's different versions of that too. That's not an actual K-Bar. So I agree with that. What'd you say there, Miss TND? Oh, like I said earlier, he thought he committed the perfect crime. I don't think he did, Mom, because he made too many mistakes to think that, in my opinion, with the knowledge that he has. The first mistake, if you think you committed the perfect crime, going and buying the weapon on a public purchasing site is definitely not involved in that, in my opinion. Driving your car and parking it at the scene is not involved, rather than parking it down the road and walking there. Taking your phone, that doesn't involve that. There's leaving the knife sheath there again, which I don't, that doesn't involve committing the perfect crime. If you're going to commit the perfect crime, there's too many of these things that you would not have done. Not to mention the knowledge that you have towards these things. I mean, and that's possible too, that he's human, so on and so forth. But there was a lot of mistakes made, in my opinion. Way too many mistakes to have this premeditated, if it was, for the period of time that it should have been, in my opinion. Plus, he does know these things too, not to do. So I would imagine with somebody like him, as OCD as he was, that there would have been a checklist of sorts if he did this. Okay, like, I got to do this, and this. I'm just saying that's my feeling. I'm not saying it's what happened or it's true, but Tomboy says, prove it, or prove he purchased it. Show me receipts. Show me that he did it. And touch DNA means nothing. That's Tomboy. I mean, I'm saying. And guys, that's when I started doubting things with the DNA, was because of that other story I read. Jesse said his name this morning. But this here, again, guys, what we have to do is, like she said, first of all, show a receipt that the man purchased it. That's number one. I get it, and I'm sure they'll do that if they have it. Number two, what did he do with the knife when he purchased it? Did he buy it to give to somebody as a gift? Did he buy it to use as him? You know, he's moving to a new state to use as protection for himself. And then maybe he had it in his car. It was stolen. I'm just trying to eliminate every other option, you guys, before getting down to the basis of the fact that the man bought the knife to commit a murder is all I'm saying. And you have to be able to eliminate all of these other options too. So don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm not saying he didn't do this. I'm saying all of these other options have to be eliminated as well. And then say, okay, that's all that's left, guys. He did it. And like I said before, I'm okay with that. Good to see you, Paula. It's pieces of evidence that form the case that they have quite a lot of things that point at. They do, but a lot of those things, I don't know if you know this, J Lord, a lot of the stuff that they had pointing at him has been thrown out. It's been debunked. It's garbage now. And proved otherwise. And that's what, you know, that's unnerving to the sense that now what do you have at that point? Okay, so evidence is saying so many people are acting that like this document proves that he purchased the murder weapon. It doesn't prove anything. How many times have the state claimed proof and later we find out the opposite? That's what I was just saying, evidence. Yes, that's true. And I'm going to imagine that the defense is going to have something to counter this too, guys, because this is what they do. I'm curious to see what that says, just to be sure. And then not according to Othram, it came back to 4 brothers. What are we talking about now? Hey, Space Junkie. Oh, the DNA thing. Okay, yeah. What did you say? There's not too many mistakes if this is your first run. True. I mean, if it's the first time, especially with 4 of them being taken, yeah. I mean, I can say that there could have been more. I agree with that. They said that the wounds don't match. Well, see, that's one thing, and I'm not trying to argue anything, Terry, but one of the problems here with this, as this is happening, I'm sure that your agility is changing. You're wearing down, okay? So there's different, what that could mean by the wounds don't match is they're not all the same. That doesn't mean that the weapon that committed the wounds is not the same. You know what I mean? They're different type of wounds. Slashes and jabs and cuts and rips and things like that. It's depending on how he was doing it. That's what I think that means. Because then initially when I saw that, I thought that meant there was different weapons because Mabbott said what she said about that. But I think that means that the wounds were achieved differently, if that makes sense, you guys. Or I could be completely wrong, and yes, they're not made by the same weapon. It could go either way. You know, it's going to depend on what comes out with that. And that's another one too. That's a good point. The knife, after you use it so many times, you can dull it. You can break the blade. You can chip the blade. It can change the action that the blade is creating, if that makes any sense, you guys. So that's another one that is actually true. The wounds match what? No. Tandy. I love it. Mabbott said that it wasn't stab. Well, see, Steve even said that too, that they weren't. They were more like gouge, like large rip gouges. Yeah. Oh, there's definitely not going to be a plea deal put out there. No way in hell. We'd already heard about that, I think, at this point too. They use tool marks as an investigative tool to determine the weapon use. Yeah. Now, I want to go back to this other thing that we looked at with this autism thing. I'm really not happy about that, guys. It bugs me. I know that that's their job. I just want to clarify my stance on this too, by the way, before we move forward with anything else, because that's what we were talking about first, and we bumped into this. Come on. There we go. I know that that's their job to do that, to pull the whole autism thing. If they can do that, to pull death penalty off the table. I don't like that. I don't agree with it. And I think it's wrong. That's what my final stance is on that whole thing with the autism claim. I just don't like that at all. And I want my stance known on it. Everybody else has their own opinions. That's where my opinion is. Since we were covering that, I feel like we never got to conclude that. So that's where my stance is on that. I think it's wrong. I know she has to do it. I know that they have to do that in a case like this. I know it's their job, but it just bugs the shit out of me because I feel like you're abusing. I don't know. It's just part. I know it's supposed to be that way, guys. It just bugs the hell out of me. That's all I'm saying. And I'll leave that go. The sheath would give them a weapon to start with in testing other knives. And that's another thing, too, that has to be known. Listen, guys, that sheath being found there, that is a great piece of information to look at. But any knife could have been put into that sheath. This knife here could have been put into that sheath. This sheath could have held a K-bar knife, or this knife, or another kind of knife. Okay? There's no proof that a K-bar was used. They've never done that yet. They assumed that it was a K-bar that was used because the sheath was there. Okay? That's where that came from. So, we don't know. Right, it's not a gun. It's not definitive. You can't really tell that unless you have a piece of that left or something. You know what I'm saying? If it was broke off or something, that's how they can tell that hit cap. Again, if you don't know right from wrong and have a master's degree, our education system's crap. Amen. If the wounds were deep gouges, I seriously doubt they have tool marks, in my opinion. Tool marks prove what weapon was used. A K-bar would give the same test murder. Wait, give the same result, murder weapon or not. I don't know. Wait a minute. Tomboy charm tool marks, comma. Prove what weapon was used. A K-bar would give the same result, murder weapon or not. I don't quite understand, Mom, what you're saying. The bones in the body, yeah, but that's fine. But those are not. I know what you're saying now. Did they use? Well, if they do that, then it's in the autopsy, of course, that we haven't seen. But it would be in the autopsy if they used that. You can't stop how coffee fruit slices. Okay, thank you, 300. Welcome, by the way. I've never even heard of those, but thank you. Knives have different types of blades, right? I think it's a little harder to pinpoint, even with, I know with the tool mark thing, it's still harder to pinpoint the exact type of knife based on certain cuts. Now, if there's a serration on it, yes, you can tell that, but that doesn't necessarily say that it was a specific serrated knife. It was a serrated knife. That's all they can tell. Like I said, the only way to clearly know, because I remember covering this and we did a whole thing with this, is if a piece of the material that was used was left behind for them to test, whether it be a chip or something like that. You know what I mean? Exactly. More info we are not privy to, and what causes people to question. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. That's what causes all these issues a lot of times. But that's why Hitler is saying, that they want to unseal all this stuff so that everybody has this information and will stop making the ridiculous things that they're making. All the crazy ass conspiracy theories, and all that other shit that's going on all over the place. Welcome, Norma. Good to see you. And that's why we wait until trial. We have all the info, innocent until proven guilty, and bada bing, bada boom. Yes, ma'am. I agree with that. The problem is, though, Alicia, with that is every time they drop new documents of anything, it drives us, some of us, nuts, wanting to know why and what and who. You know what I mean? So yeah, I do agree with that. A sheath is not a weapon. People needs to think. That's true. I agree. What causes me to question is the fact that the state has lied and it's in black and white print. That's another problem. That has happened a couple times, actually. So yes, I can agree with that too, Tomboy. It's great to see you, Norma. Thank you for joining us. Say it again. They can match by metal matching and type of grooves on the knife, right? The serration, which is the grooves, and like I said, pieces. When people don't get this, especially when there's bone involved. I did a whole thing on this. A lot of times people don't realize in stabbing instances that bone gets chipped in that. It's hard to miss bones and ribs and things like that. And pieces of that knife or weapon will break, just tiny little chips will get on the bones and things like that. That's how they have determined in a lot of ways what weapon has been used. And they can narrow it down by testing that. And it happens a lot, it said in that article, a lot more than people think it does. And that's how they will find these things sometimes. Wouldn't a knife have different marks from what was bought if it was sharpened with a sharpener? It would leave different marks, Terry, if it was sharp or dull. Like sharp knives are going to leave different marks than what a dull knife would leave, if that makes sense to you. It would show different types of tool marks. I understand that. However, I stand with the victims and I have to trust the system. We all stand with the victims, Mom. That's what this is all about. We all want justice for the victims. And there's nothing wrong with trusting the system, but there's also nothing wrong with questioning the system to ensure that the system is doing the right thing. Wait, advocate. Yeah, no, nobody's that. Well, there are people that have advocated for the suspect, but it still has to be looked at as, you have to ensure that it's right. That's all. We do. We all stand. That's what I stand for, is the truth and the victims. 100%. I'd have never started talking about this if I didn't care about the victims. That's factual information. I stand with the victims too. I want the correct person convicted. That has not been proven to me in court yet. So I want to say, right, absolutely. The defense was arguing why not get a full picture of search history? Why just a knife? Probably because it shows a purchase of a tent or yes. And that's where the cherry picking statement came from. Exactly, evidence room. Lisa, I have not said he was. Kinda, Mom. You kind of did. You kind of did. I mean, it's okay though, because that's your belief, and I respect that. My theory is that the knife sheath fell out of the bottom. I mean, it could have, Cap. It very well could have, because that's a dumb mistake to do, is to leave that behind in the commission of that. You know what I mean? Some cases have shown our system can be broken. That's fact. That's why we question these things, because of these cases we've seen that are not right. Okay. I did a whole thing one time on the statistics of how many people are in prison that do not need to be. How many people have gone to death row that were not guilty of that? That's why we do these things and question this stuff. And you can do that and still stand by the victims at the same time, because here's my thing. Advocating and standing for the victims is bringing them real justice. And again, like Jeff said earlier, putting the wrong man behind bars is not helping or bringing justice to anybody, because it's not real justice. That's like settling for somebody just to shut it all down. And I don't believe in that. I'm sorry, I just don't. Alicia, Mind and Watchers, with respect, some of your comments have led me to believe. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying too. I don't really think I can agree with that. I've lost trust in our system, but still stand with victims. Right. Bingo. Barbara Hall. Her situation alone is why we ask these questions. Thank you for bringing that up, Peggy. That's exactly the reason why. Huge point, Peggy. Tyvek suits block your belt buckles where the sheath would normally be. Yeah. Okay, Virginia. Good point. I have said the right man is in jail. I never used guilty. Okay, I'll just let you have that one, Mom. Drip, drip, drip is driving me crazy. Okay. At least you're saying isn't that the same thing? Let's not argue semantics, guys. All right, Peggy. It's not true justice if they get it wrong. Amen. That's what I'm saying. Needing more wine. The state can't lie in trial, which is judicial misconduct. Right. I mean, they can, but like you just said, they'll get charged with judicial misconduct or judicial, whatever, prosecutorial misconduct, whatever the hell that is. Yes. Now, I said I have to trust the investigation. But why, Mom? Why do you have to trust it? That's what I don't understand with that. Because we have trusted it. A lot of us have for years. And we're seeing that there's a lot of things that happen to where you need to ask questions, okay? That doesn't mean that you're not standing for the victims either. So I want to trust the system, like I've said before. So I choose in turn to look into these things, to question these things. And when they're proven, and if it still leads back to the same decision, then I will trust in the system, because the system doesn't work like it used to. It's been broken, and everybody has said that it's a very bad situation nowadays too. I just think IGG vindicated people. That's the same technology that convicts. And it has, yes. Yes, but when he went to walk out of the room, wouldn't he have noticed that the sheriff wasn't on him? Wait, two different conversations. Sorry. We have seen time and time again how the justice system works. You yourself has said that the justice system doesn't work and it's broken. So I guess I mean, it does. Yeah, I can agree with that. We have a Winaholic in the room. I also stand with Brandon Dassey, but there is proof that he was framed on video footage. We don't know that there's not proof of other stuff. I'm not saying Brian was framed by any means, but there's definitely some things to question. Okay. And we've seen that in multiple cases. This case, the Delphi case, the Deborah Collier case, the Kylie Rodney case, multiple cases. There have been things to make you question things. Is all I'm saying. No. There's not video footage of him being framed in this one. By no means. Not. That's crazy. Recently, a forensic person was arrested for messing with evidence for years. Yes, that's true. There's a lot of corruption that goes on. Hell, everything that has happened in where Barbara's situation happened in Fredericktown. Yeah. Just about every one of their cases involves corruption. Almost every one of those cases involves some form of corruption, and it's scary. So if it can happen there, it can happen anywhere. So that's why a lot of us question these things. Again, it's not because nobody cares about the victims, because that's why we're all here, because of the victims. That needs to be understood. I just don't understand that how people don't see that. You know, that bothers me a bit. I'd have never done this if I didn't care about the victims. That's the whole point in this to me. Just like the victim that made me want to come here, one of my friends that was murdered, who the murderer is still sitting on death row 40 years later, is not getting justice at this point. That's why I started doing this. You know what I'm saying? Good God, Trish, I'm sorry. That's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that. Charles Bronson. Gotcha, Paula. Cap says, I agree about Dassey. He was definitely coerced into confessing. I saw that interview. Was it? Yeah. And it's happened a lot, too. Sadly, it's really sad that it seems to happen a lot more often than it don't, guys. That's the sad part. And I've never been involved with the law, but I can tell you that there is a lot of corruption. And Doodle, oh, yes, she does. Doodle knows for a fact how much there is. My nephews still haven't gotten justice either, Dago, since 93. Their father's killer still on death row. See? That's what I'm saying. My friend's killer has been on death row since 1986. 85, 86. Guys, that's how long. That's crazy. There is no justice yet. And it just blows my mind. I don't get it. Picture this. SWAT snipers full tactical overkill. Cops scream. He's destroying evidence in latex gloves. Turns out they're just kitchen gloves. What was he doing? Assassinating a casserole. Good point, evidence room. That's too funny. That's awesome, Trish. I mean, good God. And that's so horrible. I'm sorry that you went through that. That's sad. Yes, I am too. I'm very glad that you're here with us and that you were able to stop that situation. That is why it needs to be consistent in the document. If they mention the USMC stamp on the sheath next to the body, but not on the description of the one bought, no consistency. And I got to agree that the documents we've covered in this case have definitely been inconsistent in a lot of ways, Terry. Yeah, the West Memphis 3, that's a whole other situation. That's one of the main ones that made me start questioning things. Good point, Norma. Wrongfully convicted is a victim of a corrupt system. That is true. A got change. Welcome. Thank you for tonight's stream. Tons of love. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, that's what happened too. Because they look different. That's why they were accused. Okay. Welcome back, Taylor. Yes, and the type of music they listen to. Right. That's not how you do this. Be Real said this whole case needs questioning. Roommates were asleep, like everyone was told. No, they weren't. They were not asleep at all. And I don't understand why all those things were said the way they were, too. That's where the questioning comes into effect. Yes, I do, Miss Tandy. I absolutely do remember. Wow. That's wild, Miss Peggy. No, that's true. That is definitely not justice. I see you, Phil. Now I do. Were you in here? Let me back up. I always miss you, Phil, when you're not here. I always enjoy your input, your insight, and I love your comedy. So thank you for being here. On a roof? Huh? Miss me, Diego, on a roof. What does that even mean, Phil? Absolutely, Josie. I absolutely understand. Oh, on a roof chasing a cat. Jesus, be careful, Bill. Remember the nurses in Texas, 8 stabbed, and around 8 others didn't hear one thing. Wow. That's wild. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. I mean, like, I'm curious about that too, Peggy. I don't know if all you guys saw this. Oh, no. This is the newer one. Well, yeah, this is the newer one I was going to review with you guys too. Hold on. To give you guys an idea into what things are being thought.
Kohberger's case are firing back. Prosecutors in Brian Kohberger's case are firing back at his attorney's request to keep some evidence out of the trial. And
I have an honest question. So if we are set, hold on, that innocent until proven guilty, do you think Stephen Stearns is in it? No, because I said that already, Mom, before. Oh, it's okay. Take your time. No, because there's absolute proof that he did what he did. There's video proof of him. Okay, with what he did to her other side of, the other thing he did, the CSAM stuff. There is absolute 100% video proof that he did what he did. First and foremost, that's the most important thing. You're not the first person to ask me that, Mom. I am I've always followed the innocent until proven guilty, unless there's absolute proof. They've never showed proof that Brian did this. Now, today we get this. Well, not today, but when the document come out that he bought a knife, it's made me go, okay, that I'm looking at this now, but there's still other things that they need to do. With Stearns, they have Stearns on video doing the disgusting things that he did. They have Stearns getting a flat tire right in front of where they find her body. You know what I mean, Mom? Those are things like that make me go, okay, that's different. This, they've shown nothing. That's the difference. If they would have shown something per se early on and said this, that, or anything else, I'd be looking at this differently, truly. So I get what you're saying, though, because other people, you know, these are two different types of cases, too. So, you know, my feelings on Stearns and all that other shit, 100%. So, it's like, you know, black and white to me, two different types of things. But no, there's proof. Yeah, apples and oranges, in my opinion. That's a good way to put it. It's completely different, completely two different type things. Brian, is accused of committing a quadruple homicide. They have not shown or known about any video or visual proof or any witnessing to this, so on and so forth. There's a lot of different tactics or different things with this. The piece of shit, the monster, we have him on video doing things. We know this, that, and everything. There's a lot that points at him. So, yeah. Two different things. In my opinion, I should say. In a court of law, yes, he is innocent until proven guilty. There is also a lot more evidence against Stearns to help us show. Yeah, right. That's what I was just saying. Thank you, Alicia.
And they're revealing new photos to back up testimony about bushy eyebrows and a white car at the crime scene. I look at all of it and why Bryan Kohberger's Amazon account could be important.
I just explained why it would be different, Mom. We've known what he did from the beginning with Stearns. I mean, from when they, when they did it. We are the court of public opinion, not the jury. That's true. Again, yes, they have pictures of Stearns committing the crimes. There's just so much more pointing at Stephen, knowing that he did what he did, as compared to what we're seeing here. If there was as much evidence pointing to Brian and showing Brian doing this, possibly committing this crime, as there was with Stephen, I'd probably have the same feeling. Okay. And that's the best answer I can give. That's truly how I feel about it, because I mean, the situation with Maddie. Mom asks, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I was answering that, Karen. Why did Maddie allow him to sleep with his... Oh, you mean Jen? Nobody understands that. Agreed. Nobody understands that at all, Josie. That's another thing. I mean, it's been proven that she did that, and there's a lot of people that look down on her and think that she's involved because of that. The military does not convict with only touch DNA. They need a witness, video proof, or more evidence, such as fingerprints. They're a little harsher. That's true, Terry. And they have nothing on Jen, so that's true. Absolutely, 100%. As hello says, we don't know that he bought a knife yet. They are stating that he viewed sites with K-Bar, but no direct purchase record. We have to wait and see. And that's the thing. They need to show a receipt. And if you're going to put something like this out, you have to show a receipt. Here it is. He paid with this type of a card on this date. It was delivered there. That, in my opinion, does need to be proven, guys. That's fact. Okay. Because touch DNA and LR is junk science. It is very much so. That's true too, and that's really sad, Moonlit. All right, let's move along with this.
To both sides. Did he buy a K-Bar knife on the site? Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy, and I just want to let you know you can now watch and listen to Crime Fix on Spotify, so please check us out there. Prosecutors in Bryan Kohberger's murder calls and texts between the survivors later this summer. They're fighting over everything from Kohberger's Amazon account and his purchase of a K-bar knife to a surviving roommate's testimony, text messages, the 911 call, and whether Kohberger should face the possibility of the death penalty because he has autism spectrum disorder. And the defense is shedding new light on the timeline of the calls and texts between the surviving roommates. Bryan Kohberger, he maintains he's innocent. A prior judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf to the murders of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. All four had been stabbed to death in the house on King Road near the University of Idaho campus in Moscow. Prosecutors say Bryan Kohberger drove his white Hyundai Elantra to the house that morning, circled the area a few times before he broke into the house and stabbed all four victims. Police say a K-bar knife sheath like the one I have right here was found next to Maddie Mogan on her bed, and the underside of the snap had Bryan Kohberger's DNA on it. That's a major piece of circumstantial evidence. Kohberger has asked Judge Hippler to not allow the prosecution to present evidence of his Amazon click history to the jury. That would show what he's browsed, put in his cart, and even purchased. His attorneys argue the Amazon account was a shared family account, and the click history could be influenced by things like AI. But the state says the records are clear. Prosecutors write, a K-bar knife sheath with a USMC logo was found next to one of the victims at 1122 King Road. The defendant's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on scene. Applying the test for relevancy, first, Kohberger's click activity, which shows a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath before the homicides, makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was Bryan Kohberger's. Second, Kohberger's click activity after the homicides makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that Kohberger had a reason to search for a K-bar knife and sheath after the homicides. These facts are of consequence to determining whether Bryan Kohberger committed the homicides at 1122 King Road.
And there it is, as usual, MSM doing what they do and rolling with the propaganda.
The central question before the jury: this evidence is clearly relevant. So right there, prosecutors are finally confirming what has long been suspected and rumored, that Bryan Kohberger bought a K-bar knife and sheath on Amazon. And in discussing the search warrant served on Amazon, prosecutors talk about...
Thank you so much for that, Be Real. God bless. I appreciate that. So very generous. So very much appreciated. Thank you again.
About when Kohberger bought that K-bar knife. This included temporal limitations based on the officer's investigation, which limited the search from March 20th, 2022 through March 30th, 2022. Time it was known Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com. And November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022. Time right before and after the homicides. Kohberger's entire click history, items not related to knives and accessories, was not relevant. This is a Morgan & Morgan legal alert. Emerging reports reveal that hair color products may not come with clear warnings about... There's also a footnote in the prosecutor's response. The defendant argues that Amazon's recommendation system influences what users see and click on, but this purported use of AI technology is not relevant. Even if an algorithm might suggest certain products to a customer, the algorithm would not cause a customer...
Wow, thank you, Cap, so very much. I appreciate that super chat very much, my friend. God bless. I appreciate it. You guys are all so amazing. It's so very much appreciated. God bless you guys. I appreciate the support in every aspect, you guys. Really, I do. They don't know if it was Bryan that was looking because it was a family account. That's true too. But now, yeah, we're going to get into that. That's going to be another show one of these nights. But Yes, I really appreciate the support. Thank you to anybody. If anybody has chosen to support us via PayPal or the Cash App or any of that too, God bless you guys. Again, never expected. Every bit of it is very much appreciated. It helps me to keep going, guys. So thank you so much. And it keeps the channel moving. I appreciate that too so much. You guys are so generous. Such amazing people. God bless.
Customer to repeatedly and over the course of several days browse web pages relating to K-bar knives, sharpeners, and sheaths. Now, it will be interesting to see how the defense responds to this. Will the defense say that Bryan Kohberger indeed owned a K-bar knife and sheath, but someone took it? Or that he had one and that's how his DNA got on it? Did he sell it to somebody? Did he lose it? Who knows? Did the police ever find a K-bar or packaging from one at his apartment? Now to the issue of the white car at the crime scene. A couple of weeks ago, I showed you these screen grabs taken from a camera next door to the King Road house that showed a white car approaching the house. The defense said an FBI analyst shouldn't be allowed to testify that the car was a Hyundai Elantra because the analyst didn't use the camera at the house next to the crime scene to ID the car. Now prosecutors are responding and saying that's not really true. The state included a map in its filing that shows the various locations and times that the white sedan was recorded by video cameras around the crime scene beginning at 3:28 a.m. The murders are believed to have occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. The defense says the videos don't show a continuous route, but the state says that's all right because they have a lot of different videos of the car. Prosecutors included this exhibit showing images of a white sedan approaching and leaving the crime scene next to a Hyundai Elantra made between the years of 2011 and 2016. Assistant Prosecutor Ashley Jennings writes, the state's expert, Anthony Immel, is allowed to testify at trial in accordance with the state's expert disclosure, which includes the opinion that the vehicle captured on the 1112 King Road video shares similar class characteristics to a fifth-generation Hyundai Elantra between 2014 and 2015. The defense is also asking Judge Hippler to bar the surviving roommate, DM, from describing the man she saw walking through the King Road house that morning as having bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's attorneys have said that DM is unreliable because she had been drinking and was sleepy and told police.
That's a good question, Terry. How come it's not all even keel all the way through? I agree with that. It should be even all the way through the justice system, and whether it's military or if it's civilian, it should all be the same. I do agree with that.
Police, she didn't know what was real or a dream. But prosecutors write that her descriptions were remarkably consistent and that she was traumatized, and detectives told her to focus on what she knew was true. Prosecutors write, defendant argues that evidence of bushy eyebrows is not relevant. That is not the case. DM is the only living person who saw the person responsible for the 4 homicides at 11:20.
That's interesting, Bronson. I didn't know that. Thank you for that information. Interesting and good to know. And yeah, Terry, that's a good point. I agree with you on that.
To King Road on November 13th, 2022. Her description of this individual, including characteristics such as bushy eyebrows, has the tendency to make a fact, i.e. the identity of the killer, more probable than it would be without the evidence. This fact is of consequence to determining whether Bryan Kohberger was the same male DM saw that night, the person responsible for the homicides, the central question before the jury. This evidence is relevant. The prosecution says DM couldn't identify the man because he was completely covered, with the exception of his nose and eyes. And get this, prosecutors included a photo of Bryan Kohberger that they took from his phone, a selfie that was taken at 10:31 a.m. That's a little more than 6 hours after police say the murders were committed. Kohberger is standing in a bathroom in front of a mirror, grinning and giving a thumbs up, wearing wireless earbuds. A shower is behind him, and you can see a little bit of a shower curtain. His eyebrows appear full, to say the least, and are featured prominently in the photo. Prosecutors also...
And you know what? I think it's absolutely ridiculous that people, I've heard other channels say, well, there's proof of guilt right there. Why? Somebody tell me why. Because this man is standing, taking a selfie, holding a thumbs up, and he took a shower or whatever, why this makes him guilty. I want somebody to tell me 100% as to why this makes this man guilty, please. Anybody. once again, this is only hours after this happened, okay? And I'm telling you, with 4 people, there's, you know, some of them defended themselves. This man has no bruises, no cuts, no scrapes, no nothing on him. That's hard to believe. I'll say that much. Right. I mean, it's crazy, you guys. That just because he did this, that means he committed the murder. They did. They did, Mom. They tested everything and found nothing. They found nothing. There was that was a big deal. We talked about that a long time ago. They tested the drains, the pipes, the tub. His whole apartment. They found nothing. Nothing at all. That was one of the things that took me. That was part of, you know, when they tested his apartment, they tested his office at work, his car, and his parents' house, and they found nothing. Yeah, the curtain's over here to the right. You can see it to the side. Pushed all the way over. But yeah, there was nothing found there in the drain of the shower. Nothing found. And I would imagine, okay, that if you showered and you did this and that you couldn't have cleaned every bit of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's right here on the side. That's what that is right there, you guys, where my cursor is. That's the shower curtain. Is that in document? I may have missed it because you know Craig had it. Yes, I know, hon. It's okay. It was I can't remember which document it was in. It was stated in court during a hearing as well. Long time back, Mom. I want to say it was like a year or so ago. Oh, you meant to say that other channels cropped. Really? That's so, oh my God. That's so childish. Because this, so many people have come out since they showed this picture and said, there's proof that he did it, because he's standing there going like this, because it was at 10 o'clock the morning after. Why does that mean that he did something? The guy could have just been having a day that he was sending a picture to his parents or his girlfriend or whatever it was. Okay, that's why I missed it working. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yes, ma'am. I remember you was working. You didn't have anywhere near as much time as you do now. Absolutely.
Shower is behind him, and you can see a little bit of a shower curtain. His eyebrows appear full, to say the least, and are featured prominently.
The reason why this photo was used was to prove that he had bushy eyebrows. And then like so many other creators out here said, not just creators, but people said, that's it. There's proof that he did it because he's doing that. That's about the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
In the photo, prosecutors also included a copy of Brian Koberger's driver's license from Pennsylvania that again shows him with full eyebrows. He got a Washington State driver's license and plates 5 days after the murders. Prosecutors also cited DM's police interviews in which she said the thing she remembered the most clearly about the man in the house was the bushy eyebrows. Prosecutors write, his arguments are without merit. As shown above, DM gave consistent descriptions of the male she saw at the time in question.
No, the shower. Yeah, he removed it before he went home. Yeah, when they went in and did a search warrant after he left, it wasn't there. And it truly, that could have just been because he was going to replace it when he came back. You know, those shower curtains are dollar store specials. They collect lime and crusty shit. And if he's like me, I change mine out a lot because I don't like that. Whoever imagined eyebrows and eye drawings on a wall. I know, and it's a little wild. Hell, I don't have a shower curtain. I get it.
One of those consistent descriptions is that the male had bushy eyebrows. This description is clear. It is not confusing and therefore will not confuse the jury. The fact that this description may or may not implicate defendant is not a reason to keep the fact from the jury's consideration. Bryan Kohberger has also gone back to Judge Hippler asking to strike the death penalty, saying he has autism spectrum disorder and it would be cruel and unusual punishment to make him eligible for the death penalty. But prosecutors say the motion should be denied. They write, defendant has no plausible argument that the Eighth Amendment prohibits the imposition of the death penalty based on his ASD. His IQ of...
This is something new that's been released, Terry. I think it came out with the 17th document stuff. Yeah, it was put out in the 17th with all those documents.
119 is far above the required IQ of 70 or lower. His IQ testing prior to age 18, while lower, is still above 70 and is admitted by his own expert, an underestimate of his ability from what we now know. Wow, so Bryan Kohberger's own experts say he has an above average IQ, and the state says Kohberger's own experts say he is able to assist in his own defense. He's certainly not incompetent. Prosecutors write, defendant's ASD does not result in cognitive impairments. He was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder level 1 without accompanying intellectual or language impairment. His type of ASD is characterized by severe and sustained impairments in social interaction, but not by cognitive ability. His examination revealed no evidence of a formal thought disorder or thought disorganization, and no evidence of difficulty understanding the examiner. While defendant's ASD may cause behavioral impairments, such as impulsive tendencies.
Mom says, Dago, is there a history of autism or just all of a sudden the defense is pulling? Oh, this is big. This is new, Mom. I just covered this earlier before you came in. It kind of bugs me. It does. I don't like this. It's an excuse, but this is what they have to do. This is what her job is. They have to do something like this when there's death penalty, and I just think it's ridiculous. I do. And that's what they have to do. She has to pull for everything she can to get the DP taken off the table. This is all protocol shit, and I think it's ridiculous. I really do. It's in the documents. It really is. Or that handy. Okay.
Nothing in his report suggests such impulsive tendencies manifest through physical aggression, or that his lack of impulse control had any connection to the crimes with which he is charged. Now, level 1 is the highest functioning level of autism.
I'm not at all. I am absolutely just disgusted with this whole narrative, with this autism stuff. But again, it's part of what the defense has to do. There's nothing we can do about it. We just have to accept it, I guess. What's up, Tandy? Oh, I was just reading your stuff out loud. I'm sorry, hon. I wasn't talking to you. I apologize. I read out loud sometimes. Yeah, I just it is what it is. They have to do this. It's ridiculous. And I think it's a slap in the face to people that are autistic. That's just my opinion. It is what it is. Kentucky has a law that death penalty cannot be used in trial with a history of in a death penalty case as of, I think, 2 years ago. Okay. I didn't know that. Wait. Death penalty cannot be used in a trial with a history of... Yeah, I think you forgot a word there, Mom. In the middle of an N, but I think you talking about autism. I think that's becoming a real deal thing everywhere. So, if he actually has Asperger's, if she not entered ineffective, and that's what could happen, Mom. That's why they have to do this, because if she didn't do this, then he can go ahead on his appeal and say ineffective counsel and have this whole thing thrown out. And we don't want that. We need it to be done right. ASD. Yes, ma'am.
The prosecution goes on to write, one of defendant's own experts found that he is highly intelligent and has a factual understanding of the proceedings against him, including the penalty he is possibly facing. That is an unsurprising conclusion, given that his ASD did not prevent him from graduating with a master's degree in criminal justice in January 2023 with a GPA of 4.0. And I think that was a typo. He actually graduated in January 2022. So there is a lot to talk about, a lot going on with this case. And I want to bring in Philip Dubé. He has worked as court-appointed counsel in California. So he has represented people like Bryan Kohberger in high-profile cases. So Philip, talk to me a little bit about what your thoughts are on the state's response to this whole argument that Bryan Kohberger should not be eligible for the death penalty because he has autism. The state says, well, guess what? He has an IQ of 119. He's above average in intelligence. And your own expert says, basically, he's not as odd as the defense would like to make him out to be, that he may not make as bad of a witness as the defense says.
To err on the side of caution, the court should hold a hearing under Atkins. And the reason why is that it's a relatively recent pronouncement of constitutional law regarding the competence, if you will, of any criminal defendant to be executed. If they are in fact intellectually disabled, the law says that it would be cruel and unusual punishment. And we don't just rely simply on the word of prosecutors to say, well, no, he doesn't fit the definition, so therefore he should be death eligible. No, you hold an Atkins hearing pursuant to Atkins versus Virginia, at which time all the doctors take the stand and the prosecution can call their own experts to rebut whatever it is that the defense is saying. But the bottom line is, when you cut through it all, there is a difference between being on the autism spectrum and being intellectually disabled. They call it a spectrum for a reason, meaning you can be profoundly intellectually disabled and all the way up to high functioning, but yet still be socially awkward, maybe a little quirky, have behavioral oddities. But does that necessarily mean that constitutionally it would be cruel and unusual to give you the wall or the, what we call in Florida, old Sparky, the electric chair, or the needle? No, that's not what Atkins was intended to prescribe. So I think at a minimum, there should be a hearing for the court to decide if he's death eligible.
Let's get now, Philip, to the big news. Some of the big news. I mean, it's all big news. But the knife sheath and the knife. The prosecutors are now confirming, after all of this time, they're saying that Bryan Kohberger bought a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath and a sharpener on Amazon in March of 2022, a full almost 8 months prior to these homicides. I'm assuming they believe the theory is that he traveled cross country with this item and then carried out these homicides. They, of course, I believe that they've recovered the sheath with his DNA on, this underside, snappy, buttony part. The defense is challenging this. They don't want this click activity in. Of course, they don't want it in. But the state is saying it's reliable. So your thoughts?
Well, first of all, the records were lawfully obtained, number one. The real question is, though, the scope of admissibility. In other words, how far back can you go with clicks, with his orders, all the deliveries, everything else, and his searches for these items on the website, how far back you can go, how far forward you can go. But I think the argument that they made in their motion to get it excluded, which frankly was intelligent, okay, I'll give them that, is that it could constitute several layers of inadmissible hearsay. And also it would violate the rule of completeness. The rule of completeness says that in order for you to have a full context of anybody's online behavior or...
See, I think that's crazy, Mom. So basically, in Kentucky, if you choose to be a mass murderer or something like that could promote the death penalty, you're going to get away with it without getting death. See, that's bullshit to me. That's why I don't like this whole defense here with the autism thing for him. Because if he actually did do this, that's a quadruple homicide, autism or not. You deserve the death penalty. That just pisses me off. And I think, like I said, it's a slap in the face to people that have autism. I hate that. I just don't like that.
or not even online. It could just be during a conversation, during an interview with the police. You need the entire input, the entire conversation, all of the entries in their totality. Otherwise, it has a tendency to mislead the jury. Now, where we rarely see it is in the collection of raw data. Usually raw data is just that. It's not a statement from an individual that can be taken out of context. But on the other hand, if you look at, for example, text messages, email threads, if you don't present the entire thread, then it could very well be that something is taken out of context. And it kind of lends to misinterpreting whatever the typer was doing when they were doing the entries. So I kind of understand why the defense is moving to exclude it. And if they're not going to present all of it, or if they don't have all of it, then the remedy should be exclusion so that there is no tendency to mislead the jury. And I can just tell you, based on my experience, that this judge is going to allow every lick of it in. He is not going to exclude it, but the defense is still obliged to try to get it excluded.
But Philip,
Peggy, you're open and welcome to say anything you want, dear. Absolutely. As long as you're not, attacking anybody personally, then you absolutely have the right to say whatever you want in here. But we don't know that for sure. We've been agreed, Norma. I can understand what you're saying. Well, based on the things that we saw there, like I said, there's a lot of questions about the other roommates. And it doesn't mean that they've done something horrible, that they were involved in the act of being in the crime. Okay, that's what people have been questioning. That's why everybody has been questioning that stuff. Okay, that's I mean, there's no doubt they went through something horrifying or terrible. The problem is all the other stuff that is on the outline side of that bugs people, and there's more and more that comes out every other day.
Philip, the state is saying he bought a K-bar knife, and they haven't said whether they found it or not, and that he was looking at them afterwards too. I mean, that's a really bad fact for the defense. And then you've got his DNA, the state's saying, on the underside of the snap. So yikes. I mean, how do you counter that as the defense? Are you going to say that somebody took his K-bar, or he sold it to some guy in a parking lot? He didn't want the thing anymore. I mean, how do you counter that as a defense attorney?
It's devastating. Okay. But let's look at it temporally. If this thing was ordered months prior, it's not as if that something was in the works or being planned immediately preceding the murders. Lord only knows where that K-bar knife and the outer scabbard or the sheath has been since the time of order and the time of the crime. Moreover, I'm not sure that there's any evidence in the Amazon records that the item was even delivered to Brian Kohberger.
Welcome, Charlotte.
I would want to make sure that there is evidence that it was delivered to wherever he lived and that he actually received it. And they need to corroborate that somehow.
There it is. That's the most important thing right there, guys. Before everybody jumps on the bandwagon and says, he bought it, here it is. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Listen to this again.
Crime. Moreover,
Are you going to say that somebody took his K-bar, or he sold it to some guy in a parking lot? He didn't want the thing anymore. I mean, how do you counter that as a defense attorney?
It's devastating. Okay. But let's look at it temporally. If this thing was ordered months prior, it's not as if that something was in the works or being planned immediately preceding the murders. Lord only knows where that K-bar knife and the outer scabbard or the sheath has been since the time of order.
Absolutely, Becky. I get it, hon. Absolutely, no worry. All right, Miss Tandy, have a good night, dear. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you soon. Paducah. 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 Yeah, sweet dreams, Miss Tandy.
And the time of the crime. Moreover, I'm not sure that there's any evidence in the Amazon records that the item was even delivered to Brian Kohberger. I would want to make sure that there is evidence that it was delivered to wherever he lived and that he actually received it. And they need to corroborate that somehow. Because if you think about it, it's just some items, we call it a movable object in forensics, that can make its way through the stream of commerce and get into the hands of anybody. What this evidence does not prove is whether or not he inflicted those stab wounds. The mere presence of the sheath and the presence of the DNA on the snap does not prove by any stretch that he delivered those coup de grace to those 4 students. It just doesn't prove it. At most, what it might prove is that he has been to the house, at most, but it doesn't prove that he is the actual culprit.
Very interesting. Now, let's go on to the bushy eyebrows. You know, the state is coming back hard defending DM, the surviving roommate, and her contention that the man dressed in all black, head to toe, she could only see his nose and his eyes and the eyebrows. She is saying that he had bushy eyebrows. They're saying this was consistent. They're pouring cold water all over what the defense is saying.
That's the problem, J-Lord, is that it was never investigated. Once they got to his name, they shut down. Tomboy can relay that. She relayed that before. Once they found his name, when they got involved in that, they didn't look any further for anybody else. They didn't look into anybody else. Okay? So there is nobody else at this point. I don't know. I don't know how they could, God forbid that Brian didn't do this. They proved that he didn't do this. Now what do we got going on? Is there somebody still tramping around out here that committed this crime? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's a horrific thought, to me at least. In the Amazon docs, they say that he ordered, but no mention of the logo on the sheath. Right. You never know. That may be what it is, guys. I don't know, but I'm just saying that's another thing. We just saw that not too long ago, Charlotte. We looked at that, yeah. And that's a stretch. It was on the inside snap, right? No, of course. But again, if the man bought the thing, okay, like this guy just said, it's got to be proven that it was delivered to him. It's got to be proven that he had it and somebody didn't steal it. Things like that. That's what the prosecution has. That's where their job is going to be hard. Because he could claim that he did buy it, that somebody stole it. How do you prove that? You know what I mean? Things like that. So that's where they got to work all that out. But I mean, that's probably going to be the defense on that aspect, in my opinion.
And they said this should be allowed in. No questions asked. So. Your thoughts on the state's response to all this? They say she is competent, she was traumatized, and that the jury should hear from her.
I actually think that the prosecution's argument is well taken. I do. Now, I will say this. There's 2 bodies of law that deal with the admissibility of identifications of this type. There are the types where the police are interviewing the victim or the witness, and they're being asked to identify the person maybe in a live lineup, or maybe in a photo array, or maybe they do what's called an in-person show-up, where they actually have a suspect in handcuffs out in the field. And they just say, is that the guy? And they say, yeah, that's him. That is all deemed to be a suggestive identification procedure, and there are ways to attack it on due process grounds. However, when you have a situation,
I do remember that, D, where the Charlie, I can't think of his name, he retired, said that in the very beginning of this, during the press conference, that most likely it was a transient person that was coming through. They did believe that in the very beginning, so I remember that, yes. This guy needs more tchotchke. I don't think so, Horse. He's got a lot of stuff back there.
Where an ID is being made or a description is being made independent of law enforcement involvement, The test really is there independent reliability to the identification? And the problem here, if you think about it, is she had a menagerie, if you will, of photos or sketches or drawings in her room with faces of bushy eyebrows, with bushy eyebrows on it. And I think by definition, it is suggesting and conditioning her into looking at everybody as having bushy eyebrows. And
Peggy, I have a maybe silly question. No question is silly. The only silly question is the one you don't ask, Peggy. I don't feel comfortable using other people's proper name, not their username, even when others do. Is that odd? No. You mean like my name's Joe, okay? So you don't feel comfortable calling me Joe. You're more comfortable calling me Dago. There's nothing odd about that. I know a lot of people that are like that in here. It's just the name you're comfortable with because that's how you met me, as Dago, or like you met Mom as Mina Monsters, not Christy. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand why you'd be. Yeah, there's been other people that have felt the same way, Peggy. So don't feel bad about that. Right. Same thing. Same thing. Absolutely. That's how you know us, Peggy. You know me as Dago, and you know Mom as Mom. You know, you don't know her as Christy or me as Joe. So that's not weird at all. I don't call Mom Christy. I call her Mom because that's what everybody calls her. You know what I mean? That's her name here. But I've always said anybody can call me. You can call me Joe. You can call me Dago. You can call me asshole. Whatever you want to call me, I'm okay with it. That's why my first name is Horse. You don't even have to capitalize the H if you don't want to. All good. Jesus, dude. Okay. Sounds good. But yeah, don't worry about that, Peggy. It's all good.
Fixating on the eyes, almost to a fault. It's almost pathological, if you will. And the question then becomes, is this type of outside conditioning reliable when you're trying to give a description or an identity?
Yep, same here. Call me what you want, whatever you're comfortable with. I'm good with it. I ain't going nowhere with that one, Phil.
Identification of a suspect. And that's the test. And I do think.
Yep. That's 100% what I was trying to say. Same thing that Charles Bronson said. If it makes you uncomfortable, Peggy, it's not odd at all. That's what makes you who you are. And that's what that's what we know. That's why we love you. Yeah, I was gonna say, you don't ruin Jimmy with this. Jimmy's the man.
I think that the judge does have jurisdiction to exclude it. And if the judge doesn't, then obviously it's going to be subject to attack and cross-examination because the young lady had been drinking. Her thoughts may have been cloudy. She still may have been a little hungover. And certainly at the time, she may have seen the person inside the house. She was already 3 sheets to the wind, and Lord only knows how much and what, if anything, she drank at the time. So it calls into question the independent reliability of the identification. Now, the state contends that she gave 4 or 5 different prior statements that were all.
Amen to that one, Jay. Amen to that. That was good. That was good. I love it. That's just testament to how easy people can get people upset, you know? Oh my God, that's too funny. I love it.
Consistent with one another describing this person. So if she gave prior consistent statements, I think the judge is more apt to allow it all into evidence.
Philip, your thoughts on that selfie that the state included? It was taken at 10:31 a.m. on November 13th of 2022. This is, a little more than 6 hours after they say the homicides were committed. Brian Koberger says he's innocent. He didn't do this, but you've got the thumbs up. He's looking in the mirror, and obviously the eyebrows are there. They're saying, look, here's a picture of him from that day. So, you could reasonably conclude he had bushy eyebrows.
You know what comes to mind when I saw that selfie? It sent a message of catch me if you can. You know, do you remember that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah.
He was sort of like working with the FBI and catching fellow bank robbers because he was a former robber himself. At least his character was. And
I mean, if you want to, you can. I don't know that I would call you that if that's your name, but if you want to, it's up to you, my dear. This guy is the most objective person in mainstream media using his mind. I know, like he's really kind of open-minded with a lot of this. I kind of like it.
Catch me if you can is sort of the catchphrase. And the look in his eyes with that thumb up is sort of giving the one finger salute to Idaho. Like, you'll never find me. You'll never know it was me. And instead, he's just looking all refreshed in that photo with almost like a death-like pallor. When you look at his skin, he does have a look of death. But I will say that legally, I don't know how that photo is relevant, if we're honest. What does that photo really prove? What? That maybe he's photogenic or that he's not photogenic or that he's ready to start his day? You know,
100%. It has no relevance, in my opinion, and everybody's jumping all over it. I don't even know where that came from, Jay. I was so irritated and aggravated at that point. I don't like to call women names, okay? With certain names, I just won't do it. So, poo, mouth vomit, that's what came out that day. So it's ridiculous. It is funny though. And I gotta say, I'm sorry. It didn't need to happen. So, that's truly the only reason why they used that picture is because of the eyebrows. That's all it was. Is it true that DM went to the hospital for shock? I have no idea, Terry. I don't want to say yes or no. I'm going to go with it. It could be, but there's no documents I've ever seen that prove that. So I don't know, hon. If I find them, I'll share them with you. Dago, thank God. There's your honesty or your channel to come to, your honesty on cases. Well, thank you. Thank you, girls, and thank you for being here. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, it has been rumored, like I said, but I have not seen any kind of documentation to prove it, Terry. That's all I can tell you. And oh, I'm a bitch. I also know my mama taught me well how to be one. You're awesome. You are awesome, Miss Tomboy.
That he's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, no pun intended, with the brows. I don't think that it proves anything except to show that he was alive on that day and that he took a photo of himself hours after the murder. So I don't even know why it should even come into evidence. If anything, it's just sort of an unseemly and unsavory display of him that bears no relation to the crime.
Interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. And we're going to keep following this. Lots to talk about. Philip Dubé, thank you so much as always.
Have a great one.
You too. Now, remember when I told you about the surviving roommates, DM and BF, texting each other right after police said the homicides occurred? You can see the text messages on your screen. Well, the defense has said those texts lack context, and they've provided more information about the roommates' interactions, including BF actually calling DM at 4:19 a.m. and then DM calling the roommates and no one answering. The surviving roommates were also accessing social media sites like Instagram and Snapchat as early as 4:34 a.m. Now, were they trying to contact the roommates? We don't know. We'll find out at trial. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Jeanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you back here next time.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I was reading something. My apologies. Well, guys, I think that'll probably do it for tonight. It's been 4 hours, 43 minutes. It's 10:30. I'm sure you guys want to do other things. Some of you got to go to work in the morning, go to bed. What is that? Wild. Does anybody have anything else to add to any of this tonight? It's a good conversation. Interesting pieces of info. Miss JC. There's a link pinned, JC, if you wanted to join, by the way. Is it me or are some of the things that DM said and the way she was talking make you question what exactly was happening or her description of his eyebrows? In some senses, yes, JC, I do. Well, wholeheartedly, yes. It's not you. Oh, 100%, Leslie. Does anyone know if LE checked the hospital to see if anyone was treated with injuries that would fit with the crime? That's a good question, Charlotte. That really is. I know at one point there was a rumor. This is a rumor, you guys. It's from all I know. There was a rumor that there were some people that were at that house supposedly that went to the emergency room that morning. I have found no proof of that. Therefore, I've never played into that. Wait a minute. What is this? Hold on a minute. Forget it. That's old. 8:30. It's 10:30. Yeah. Yeah, I forget you guys are behind me sometimes. Oh, thank you so much, Leslie and Billy. God bless for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Much love to you, my dear. Hold on here. And it says, wait for it. Of course, I'll be back here in the morning for the cold case, copy and a cold case show in the morning. I enjoy doing those. And then let's see. I may do something tomorrow afternoon as well. Saturday, the morning show, and then Saturday night, creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturdays. I'm glad we got back into that. I miss doing that stuff. So I'm glad you guys have been enjoying that. For those of you that have been there, I really appreciate that. My chat messed up for a second. If you have that issue, just refresh. Yes. Thank you. Woohoo. My thoughts are the same. So why are they saying they don't know what she had taken to make her out of it? Especially after she was in a house of 4 homicides. I don't know. That's interesting. I don't know, Terry. That's an interesting question for sure. Yeah, guys, we finally started doing the paranormal stuff again. I had so much stuff going on in my life. I didn't have the time, but Mama Bear talked me back into it. We started back up a couple weeks ago, so it's been fun. I'm not going to tell you what we're doing this coming week. I want it to be a surprise. I think there's a better build up for it. Saturday night. We'll do the regular morning show Saturday morning, then that Saturday night. Tomorrow, like I said, we'll be here Friday morning for the copy and a cold case show. I don't know what's going on tomorrow night, but that'll be that, though. I would love to have you here, Josie. Would love to have you here. And Jay, Bronson, you're always welcome to all of our shows. I hope you know. We cover so much more than just this. Lately, I've been covering a lot of this because there's all this new stuff coming out, but that's it, really. Be real. Be real. I love your name. You know why? Because that's what we should all do is just be real. Be real. Let me see here. Where's that? What did you say? Thomas, they claimed they did check hospitals. Okay. Thank you for that. Good to know. Thanks for having me, Diggle. Great live. Keep your powder dry and stay safe. I hope to see you again, Jay. I hope you come back. I enjoyed having you here. I really did. Absolutely, Josie. I do not believe they were involved. I don't either. I don't believe that they had anything to do with it hands-on at all, or even being part of it. I just don't. I just want to know why they reacted the way they did. You know what I mean? I think that's where all of our questions are coming from. Why did you do this? Why didn't you do that? This is so strange to me. And as these things are coming out, it's just so hard to be like, wow, how? You know, that's what this is all about. It's not ever been attacking any of them, because what they went through is nowhere near as bad as what the victims went through, right? But it's still traumatic. You know what I mean? It's still traumatic, and they're still young girls, and they shouldn't be. I will tell you, the thing that bugs me is watching people come in here and say, I know she did it, and she did this, and she did that, and that. No. That's not what this is about. And anybody that, I haven't seen it in here, but there's people that are out there that are rolling with these crazy ass conspiracy theories. Come on. Let's be real here. Like I said, be real. Scary, not scary. Scary, not scary. Saturday night. I don't scary. Oh, you missed out. I don't know. Were you in there this Tuesday when I had to do the makeup, Peggy? No, you weren't. I'm sorry. Or just be. Good point, Tomboy. We have a haunted inn. My sister tries to get me to sleep there when it comes. Oh, that'd be awesome, Charlotte. I would love it. Afraid, at least I'm back in the madness. Well, it's great to have you back, Jay. Truly it is. Because we all react differently, and trauma affects people differently. Of course it does. I know that for a fact because I've worked with it. I've never seen a situation like this. That's why I question it. I think it's just as much as everybody else does. So, and questioning it, I want to re-verify or re-clarify this, because they're just so it's understood with not everybody, but there are some people that think differently. Because you question the other two roommates, it doesn't mean that you're attacking them. Okay. Because you question how things went on that night, it doesn't mean they're being attacked. Somebody coming out right and saying, I think they were involved, I think they had something to do with it, that is attacking them blatantly. And that is not something that I think should be happening. But just questioning the text messages and questioning why this was said or that was said, or why they're checking their Indeed account in the middle of the situation, is a normal thing to do. It's okay. That's what this is about. That's what true crime exists about, is questioning things. Okay. That doesn't mean they're being attacked, though. That's all. I just want to clarify that that's not what we do. Okay. So, that's a good way to put that, Elisa. I love that. Ghosts don't scare me. People do. Elisa, I was married to a man that killed people. I buried 2 kids, so I'm an old friend of trauma. And that's horrible, Mom. Absolutely horrible. It's something that you don't ever forget. Alicia lost a child too. Very sadly. So unfair that you guys have had to go through that in your lives. It's so unfair that you guys have had to go through that in your lives and others haven't. That's what's so rough about that for me. That's why I get extremely emotional for people that have gone through that. Because there's other people out there who have perfect lives, that have all of the children that they brought into this world. That's another reason why I do this. And it bothers me that there are people that never have to deal with that. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's a fact. It bothers me that there's people that have perfect lives that, you know, that never have had to touch that plane, guys. And it's horrible to me that there's people that do. And I've always tried to find some good in all that horribleness, okay? And what I find is that people that get, like Alicia was drawn to this for some reason. Mom was. Barbara Hall. You find a way to turn the sadness and the anger into something good, whether it be by going out and advocating for others, or going out and fighting against the madness that we see, and so on and so forth, or coming to a place like this to try to learn the truth about different things and to bring awareness to it and be the voice for the voiceless. That's what is amazing about this kind of thing. You know, that's why I started off doing the true crime stuff. That's how most of you guys found me. And I met some other pretty awesome people and I learned about covering like more of the missing stuff and stuff like that, putting posters out, talking about. That's the way I do it. That's the way I can do it. Because I don't, even though I'm a monetized channel, I don't make dog doo-doo in here, and I've showed that before. I don't make anything. It's a joke. So I can't be those people that go and throw this money into post or billboards or whatever, flipboards, I'm sorry, and into making this and into doing that. I don't have that. I can't do that. So all I can do is talk about these cases, bring people's stories out here, like Jana's and people's like that, Barb's, and bring awareness to those and help them to try to find justice for their cases and to show missing posters on a regular and to try to bring these. That's what I can do. And I feel like I'm doing the best I can. You know what I'm saying? And I'm doing it because I want to help. That's why I do this. No other reason. Because I sure as hell don't make anything off of this. I don't get thousands of people in here. I'm not one of them big old booming channels. It's just because I enjoy trying to help. So I hope that everybody else gets that too. One more. Really, Leslie? Somebody hit that like button and get me in the algorithm for tonight, please, if you could. Is it really one? That's crazy to me. If you could. If it's not asking too much. I'm going to have to go look now. Hold on. One moment here. Nope, it hit 100. Thank you to whoever did it. Thank you. We made it. We're at 101 now. Thank you guys. God bless. It was another good show tonight. Good show earlier this afternoon, last night. I've been enjoying these conversations, you guys. Because it explains things. It helps us to understand more, so on and so forth. And it's just nice to be able to talk about it. That's all. That's all it is. And every time there's been so much new stuff coming, there's a lot to talk about. Everybody's been asking. I've been so many emails and messages. Can we talk about this? You should talk about that. Blah, 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 blah. So that's what we're doing. Was that you? 102. You guys are awesome. I sat next to Ethan's mom, so I have strong feelings about this case and for other reasons of how I found out about the case. Okay. Well, I just want the truth. That's why I have the feelings I have. That's all. I just want the truth, and I want real, like true justice for these victims and their families, not false justice, as I call it. It needs to be real justice. So that's what it's always been for me from day one. And people that have been here from day one can reiterate that I've said that millions of times. So yeah, that's what it's all about for me. Did I see Phil in here say something to me? Sweet dreams are made of these. Thank you, Phil. I hope you have a wonderful night, Phil. I hope you get some sleep. Thank you all so very much for joining us tonight. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you, J-Lord. You guys are beautiful people, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change anything. I love you guys to death. I really do. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for even the tree beavers, the people that don't like me. I love you too. Okay. It doesn't matter if you like me or not. I still love you because I'm here because of that. That's all I'm saying. I can get that. Yeah. I'm a little confused with some of the stuff that he puts out too, Jay. Go back through this text and you'll see where Maddie Mogan tried to call. Yeah, in the very early on in it, Bethany or Norma, it's absolutely there, which is strange. I found you through Doug, so I've been right. Long time ago, all true crime. Yes, ma'am, you did. I'm glad you're still around. Honest with you. Yes, tree beavers. She's in here, Mikey. She just said earlier you might not have been here, bud. But she was like, should I change my name to Tree Beaver? That's who Charles Bronson is, Mike. I didn't know if you knew that. It was so funny when she said that too, J-Lord. Douchey Doug. Yes. Douchey Doug. Mom, there's a lot of people in here that met me through Doug. And I was so inexperienced and young at this. I had no clue what I was in for with him. No clue. I think I got Mikey through Doug. Tomboy. Mom, obviously. I don't know if Josie was with Doug too. There's a few others. I don't know if they're in here now, but there was quite a few others. Miss Wisdom, Molly, Mama Bear, a bunch of them. So, and I'll tell you, I learned my lesson through that one, guys. I really did. What a mess that was. That's not Doug. I'm thinking Broomstick Doug, right? Jules got me through. Yes, and Jules, I'm so glad that me and Jules both, that's how me and Jules met, was over at Doug's. We were both over there together. Thank God we did what we did when we did. Just say that much. Oh, you were through Daniel. That's right. Okay. Miss Leslie gifted a membership that went on a Murky Piglet. Piglet's not in here tonight, but congrats, Piglet. And Leslie, thank you so much, dear. I appreciate you so much. So very generous. Yep, same Doug. I'm glad I got away, is all I can say. Dago, you talking about yes. Yep, D. I think you came from Doug too. Yeah. I remember seeing you over there. Not Doug from Northport. No, hell no. I like him, but Doug from Northport is definitely not the other one. By no means. No, no, no. Thank you so much for that, Leslie. God bless, hon. Love you. It was, wasn't it, D? Always a trip. Always something crazy. And it was hilarious because everything was just automatically always my fault. You guys remember that? Just blame it on Dago. And I was like, yep, I'll take it. It's fine.
Look at my new shirt.
Different person, Josie. It's okay, hon. Don't worry about it. Doug blocked me when I called that flipping PI an asshole. Oh my God. Remember that dude? JT. Is that who you're talking about, Tomboy? JT? He was a piece of shit. Of course not. No. And they'd shut it down all the time. I was always getting shut out because of that. Most definitely did not know which way things were going to go. And when it kept ranting on, oh, yes, always. And then they did the whole, yep, that's what I said, JT. I thought so. I didn't want to say it out loud, but you're good. Northport's crazy. Yeah, a little bit. Old arena football boy, yes. Yep. Remember that? Was it Halloween that year, guys? That everybody dressed up as another creator and made fun of him? Oh my God. Yep.
You went to shoot?
I think I actually was the one that. Did I do the?
What?
I did T-Reb, I think is who I did. It was kind of crazy, Ray. He did JLR. I can't remember who Lisa did. There were somebody else in there, and then I didn't even know about it. I came in late, so I just threw a hat on and pulled it down, and I was T-Rev. It was kind of funny. I actually might have my thing in here still. Hold on. I had an avatar for it at one point too. Oh, wait, here it is. Yep, this was my avatar. There it is. I came in like that, and then when I turned my camera on, I had the hat pulled down. Yep. That was it. God, I haven't seen that in so long. And then there's this one too. That's a completely different reason, but do you remember that, Tomboy? That was a trip. It was funny though. It was funny. JLR has that thing from Star Trek where you stand on it and it beams you to different places. I'm surrounded by YouTube people. JLR, Blowhard, Betty, and Northport. Oh, you're in Florida. Okay. Gotcha. Did you see the T-Rev live yesterday? Sad I missed the old one. No, I didn't. I didn't see it at all. I don't watch any of that stuff. I don't watch anybody but myself, Mind of Monsters, Arctic, Doodle. That's it. I don't go, and Duchess. I don't go to any other outside channels anywhere. Oh, the good old days. Wasn't Lisa Tasha? I think maybe, yeah. I think you're right, Tomboy. Jesus, it's like 3 years ago now, but yeah. God, that was crazy. It was fun though. We had a lot of fun that night. That's where I met Lisa from Australia too. She's such a wonderful person. Her and Jules and me were always guest hosts over there. I was on almost every night over there. It's crazy, but then I just started doing my own thing on a regular, and here we are. I didn't realize you had been around for that long, D. That's been a long time. I knew you were here for a while, but damn. Yes, you are, Miss Peggy. Yeah, it really has, D. It's been a long time. Well, Mikey and Tomboy, Mama Bear. Mama Bear's my co-host. She was one of the first that came over from there. Wisdom Speaks, she came over from there. Molly, everybody, a lot of them came over from there, and they're still here. Brandy B. Brandy actually followed me from the other platform I started on, which was mostly drama. And she's still here with me, which is crazy to me. Started doing your own thing when Doug went towards Stockton to look for that one. Yep. What was her name? They found her car at the bottom of the ravine, right, Tomboy? What was her name? Yes, that's why Brandy's the OG, because she's been here 4 years with me. What was the name, damn it? She was a Latino girl, right? 3 or 4 show I slipped in. Yep. Oh, that's where I started too. Popcorn Planet when I started watching Popcorn Planet when Gisela was the assistant over there. You guys remember that? Fuentes, that's it. Thank you. The Fuentes girl. Damn, Mikey, you got a good first name. I can't remember, but yep, Fuentes. Draw Latina. I haven't seen Draw in a while. Did Draw come from? No, Draw showed up here when we started into, I want to say, Idaho. I think Dinky's dad passed away, and He hasn't really been live since then, Jay. You couldn't find the Facebook, Peggy? Do we have the link for the Facebook? Anybody? Alyssa Fuentes. There we go. Good eye, Mikey. No, Jolissa Fuentes. Jolissa Fuentes. There's the link right there, Peggy. Thank you, Alicia. Jolissa Fuentes. Damn, Mike. Dude. You of all people having a mind like that. Good for you, bro. Draw it. Dr. Latinas with JLR. Since when? That's where Draw's at? Yep. Jolissa Fuentes. That was the one that he got he was interviewing her family, this and that and everything else, and then they found her car at the bottom of that ravine. It was very sad. Oh my gosh, how we all grown up so much. Yeah. Where did I find you at, Leslie? Deb Moser. I haven't seen you in a while either. Did you hear what the guy from Ghost Adventure? Yes, I did. Yeah, his wife put a hit out on it. That's crazy, isn't it? There's some people are nuts. So crazy. Kylie Rodney. That was the other case we were heavy into, was Kylie's case. Yeah. We spent a lot of time on that one. I rolled into that, or I stayed into that when I was doing my own thing over here. I couldn't get away from that one. I lost sleep over that. I almost went insane over that case, you guys. It was driving me nuts. That's great to see you, Deb, by the way. Thank you for joining us. And Deborah Collier. That's another one that I couldn't. I'm still not. No, that's a real scenario, J Lord. That actually happened. I was actually looking at it one morning. I'm probably going to talk about it tomorrow morning on the morning show. Yeah, Kylie and Deborah Collier. Those two cases drove me insane. Oh yeah, Rissa. I covered all summer, the whole thing on summer. Yes, I was very deep into that one. That's another one I was on with Doug too. It is crazy as hell. You found me through Jules. Okay. I was trying to remember, Leslie. It's been so long. I've not seen Riddler. I miss him. He was such a nice dude. Has anybody seen him? Riddler was a really nice guy. He was on panel here quite a few times with me. Started watching with the Watts and the Armchair Detective. Oh, God, Josie. I remember that. I can't either, Tomboy. I will not accept that that's what that was. Guys, give me a minute. I'm actually, if nobody's going anywhere, I don't mind sitting here talking like this. I like this. So hold on. I'll be right back. You guys, sorry, I needed to get more coffee. Did anybody else leave? Yeah, people are leaving. Okay. She was a beautiful child. She tortured them. Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about, you guys? Summer. Oh, yeah. Summer was rough. Still is. I see you, Alicia. Summer bothers me. Sebastian bothers me really bad. Sebastian personally affected me. I mean, I broke down a couple times over that case. I think it's because of the disability with the child and my child. It affected me like deep. So crazy. It is crazy, you guys. 11 o'clock. Peggy too. I despise her. So, let's not go into that one. Letitia? Ooh. Letitia. I think when I saw when I realized who Letitia Stouch was, I think I lost faith in humanity. I had never seen anybody like that until I saw her. And I was just like, what? These people really exist in real life? Poor Gannon. Well, my youngest is too, and Sebastian reminds me a lot of Caden and the way Caden used to be. And it just it really ripped my heart out. And it still does. It bothers the hell out of me. Ryan Larson, were you here, Leslie, when I revisited Brian's case again the other day? I showed that one, and I showed Sean Daughtry's situation. I revisited those real quick to heat those back up a little bit. Don't understand how anyone can hurt. Right, Peggy. I don't think a lot of us get that. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I showed Ryan's case again the other day. Sadly, there's no updates on it. I showed Sean Daughtry again the other day. I heated a couple of them back up. Yeah, that's absolute evil in my opinion too. It's not supposed to make sense to normal people. Amen to that one, Alicia. I agree with you on that, dear. All right, guys. Well, you guys are amazing, as I said, always. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you, Horse. I appreciate that very much. I hope I do. I do the best I can, and I hope that it's enough. And I will continue to do the best I can and better because of the way I feel about it. So I hope that's always going to be enough is my best. So, all right, guys, I got to run. I got to go watch a movie with my child. It is late now. You guys are absolutely amazing. Like I said, guys, don't forget, love yourselves, love each other. I appreciate you guys so very much. I will see you guys in the morning. For those of you that'll be here for the morning show, me and Mama Bear will be here. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. And don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. Much love to all of you. And I will see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
the shadows bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed, sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and moments, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Taking the and always giving his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings.